Only because I haven't mentioned today.
Sheriff Anderson's here, but
Since then.
I will
It's from-
call this meeting. Vermont Criminal Justice Council is hearing to order. And solicit, we have one main item on the agenda. I don't believe there are any others. Are there any others from the floor or from our online folks? Okay, seeing none. We'll proceed to the VCJC. Well, I need to take a roll call. Turn it over to Lindsay.
Okay, I'm gonna call your name. If you could please just verify if you're here. Bill Clements.
Here.
Leslie Johnson, present. Butch Shaw.
Here.
Mike Manley,
Online.
Glenn Boyd,
Here.
Wade Cochran,
Here.
Justin Stedman,
Here.
Heather Sinkowitz. Here. Domenica Padula. Here. Tim Lueders Dumont
Here.
and Kim McManus. Here. Eric Hodges. Here. Tom Jeanette.
Here.
Mark Anderson. Jonathan Bixby.
Here.
Sadie Donovan. Here. Kate Carlberg Kubum.
Here, online.
Sorry. Other than Mark Anderson, who is currently out of the room, we have everyone.
Okay, thank you. We will now proceed to the next item on the agenda, VCJC hearing for case number 2024 6D9R for consideration of unprofessional conduct category A and B. I will turn the floor over for opening statements for council.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council. For you, this is the matter of George Johnson. Mr. Johnson is alleged to have engaged in Category A and Category B unprofessional conduct in the following manner. That while on duty as a police officer, he committed the felony crime of aggravated assault by causing bodily injury to a citizen by use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a taser weapon. And indeed, committed aggravated assault as well by committing serious bodily injury, to wit, fractures of that citizen's orbital bones in his head by use of striking him and physical violence. It's alleged that he committed Category B unprofessional conduct in that he intentionally violated departmental and statewide policies regarding use of force by using excessive force, failing to follow those policies. So that's the allegation. So what did he do? As you will see in the body-worn camera video of himself, as well as the backup officer who also responded, who, just to make it more confusing, is also named Johnson, McKendrick Johnson, so I'll call him McKendrick. You'll see that he ran a man named John Stezel down, chased him, grabbed him, he threw him to the ground. While Mr. Stezel was on the ground, he threatened him. Threatened him with his taser. He swore at him. He threatened him more. He ordered him to comply as if he were being arrested. He sprayed him with pepper spray, OC spray, which is a chemical irritant. He tased him, not just once, but many times. He ordered his subordinate, his backing officer, McKendrick, to tase him. And as McKendrick tased him, still prone on the ground, he struck him in the face with his taser weapon, striking him here, causing him to bleed, causing him pain and injury. He then punched him in the back of the head once, twice, so hard and so quickly that, as you'll see in trailhead camera footage, you'll actually see Mr. Stezel's head bounce off of the hard asphalt of the street beneath him, causing further injury. He punched him in the back, and then he tasered him one more time in the lower part of his spine. You will learn through medical records that have been admitted that when Mr. Stesel was taken to the hospital, it was determined that the orbital bones in his face were fractured badly enough that when he was discharged, he was strongly encouraged to go see a surgeon to correct the damage. Question is, why did all of this happen? I'd love to tell you it's over a $59 jaywalking ticket. But as you will see from the statute that Mr. Johnson puts in his affidavit, probable cause, he puts in his incident report, as he puts in his use of force report, that's not true. Because the statute that he quotes, 23 Vermont statutes annotated 1052 subsection C, doesn't actually isn't actually in effect here. As you will see from photographic evidence, this intersection, yes, has a crosswalk. And you will see that, yes, John Stesel named the crosswalk. But you're also going to see he has no obligation. There was no probable cause. And Johnson knew or should have known it and used that to his advantage. So he didn't do this because he thought he was going to give the guy a $59 tip. He did it basically because he could. Because he thought this man was doing something else, but didn't have any actual evidence to back it up. So he started, he used this bogus jaywalking as his excuse to try and see if he could get more. He was relying on a hunch. Now, police officers do that every day. They work out with a hunch. But a hunch doesn't give a police officer authority to detain. A hunch or a gut feeling doesn't create reasonable suspicion or probable cause. The truth is that, as you will see in this hearing, there was no probable cause for even that $59 traffic ticket. And yet he chased him, tore him to the ground, and brutalized him. You will hear in this hearing a lot of excuses and justifications for why this wasn't appropriate. You'll hear that John Stesel gave a false name, but you'll also hear that George Johnson didn't know that because he had no idea who this guy was. So he would have no way of knowing whether the name was true or it was false. You'll hear that this was a high drug area, but that by itself doesn't provide probable cause and doesn't provide reasonable suspicion. The fact that somebody happens to be in an open air pavilion that is open to the public by itself doesn't provide any justification or any authority to detain. You may hear that he recognized in John Stesel some form of martial arts training. But again, ask yourself, how does that change the equation as far as what actions he took immediately and what actions he takes throughout? And ask yourself, when does he make these claims and these excuses and these justifications? Are they in his affidavit, written just after the event? Are they talked about as he's being suspended? Do they come out in his interview with Detective Sergeant Baker, part of an investigation, with a lawyer sitting next to him? Or are they coming out for the very first time today? At the end of this hearing, Mr. Johnson is going to ask that you use his violence towards John Stesel. Ignore the brutality that you see on the camera. Ignore the punches, ignore the tasing, ignore the strike in the face with a weapon. and normalize his behavior. And ask you to tell the world that what he did to John Stelzl is perfectly fine, maybe even commendable. That's just how we do business to anybody, but a jaywalker. Then at this hearing, when it is clear that he violated use of force policy regarding how to use the taser, his departmental policy regarding response to resistance, where it's clear that he exercised excessive use of force and committed the crime of aggravated assault against John Stelzl, all while in the uniform of a law enforcement officer, all with the certification from his counsel. I'm going to ask that you show him the door. I'm going to ask that you vote to permanently revoke his law enforcement certification. Thank you.
Counselor?
My turn, sir. Sergeant Johnson doesn't want you to ignore anything. He doesn't want you to ignore what you're going to see on the body worn camera that he activated when he first saw John Stelzl that day. He doesn't want you to ignore the signs of distress that you'll hear from him. He also doesn't want you to ignore what you're going to hear from John Stelzl. Can we brighten that? Or can we dim? Lower the shades. Just after 5 o'clock on May 10th of 2024, this is what Officer Johnson is looking up to the sky at. That's John Stelzl. That's Officer Johnson's taser in John Stelzl's hand after he shot Officer Johnson with his own taser after disarming him and then mounting on top of him as Officer McKendrick Johnson arrives, later reporting that he sees him reaching for Officer Johnson's firearm. That's what happens just after 5 o'clock on May 10th of 2024, and before the use of force that Mr. Perquette just pointed out as so offensive. So what happened just before this? Well, just before this, you'll hear Officer Johnson report, and you will see on the body camera that he warned repeatedly that if he didn't stop, that he was going to deploy pepper spray, OC spray. He warned it repeatedly, and ultimately he ended up using it. What was the effect? You'll see on the camera, you'll see in his description, and you'll see in the reports by others. No effect. It has no effect on Mr. Stelzl, who's capable, and in that moment, wipes it free and gouges Officer Johnson in the eye. So Officer Johnson again warns, you'll hear on the tape many times, you're going to get tased, you're going to get tased. Stop, you are under arrest. At this point, he's committed assault and battery on a protected person. At this point, he's been resisting arrest on the ground for over a minute. And you're going to hear him warn about the use of that taser before he deploys that taser. And much like the OC spray that you'll watch him deploy, it doesn't work. It doesn't have any effect. And you folks have trained Officer Johnson about what to think there, that it might be a drug-induced delirium. Maybe he can't feel the pain in that moment. You're going to see that he's tased, and you're going to see that Mr. Stelzl does not respond to being tased. Instead, in the second after he's shot with that taser, those taser probes, he disarms Sergeant Johnson, springs to his feet, despite having been yelling help the entire time. He's instantly on his feet. He sees backup Officer McKendrick Johnson approaching, and he cocks back with the same weapon he just used on Sergeant Johnson. You're going to see all those things on the video. Those are all the things he saw in the moments leading up to his deployment of use of force. So going a little bit further back in time, what are you going to see about the genesis of this interaction? Now, you keep hearing it's about jaywalking, and we'll make a case about jaywalking today. But this interaction came because Sergeant Johnson was patrolling a high crime area of St. Johnsbury, which struggled with drug problems on a daily basis. And you'll hear, or I will later be pointing out in my closing because we stipulated and it's all transcripts now, you'll hear that Chief Pierce tells the investigating detective, this is a high crime area. He's not wrong. Every day, new problems, new drug arrests in this area. Captain Gray similarly makes the same report. high crime area. We could put up the camera right now and somebody would be doing drugs, but by the time we get there, they're gone. That's what Captain Gray tells Detective Sergeant Baker when she's investigating this case. All of that supports the basic premise that this was not a jaywalking case. He sees Mr. Stelzel in that area. He doesn't recognize him, so he approaches him to ask his name. As he approaches the pavilion, body-worn camera goes on. Now, as you know, there's that 30-second gap that's going to rewind, and so you get no audio, but you see Sergeant Johnson driving toward a place, and then you see the audio comes on just before they interact. Here's the key parts of that. First, in evidence, you're going to see Detective Sergeant Baker's report that the first interaction was him saying, "Don't fucking move." You'll see that that will reveal Detective Sergeant Baker's bias in her authoring of that report, because you're going to actually see what really happened. He pulled alongside the gentleman and said, "Excuse me, sir, what's your name?" Now, you keep hearing about probable cause. You keep hearing about jaywalking. Well, can we go back to the video? Is that happening or not? The law is actually pretty plain, because you heard Mr. Burkett tell you it's a public pavilion. Everyone's allowed to go there. It's true, but when it's a high crime area, that alone is not enough. And in a case called Illinois versus Wardwell, the Supreme Court actually clarified what's enough. High crime area plus flight upon the arrival of police. That's enough to start a reasonable inquiry, a reasonable threshold inquiry. And that's what you'll see Sergeant Johnson do on that video. He sees a man leave the area and head north as he arrives. As he starts to proceed behind him, the man reverses direction again and heads south on Bay Street. And that's when you see the body-worn cam capture him, ask him, "What's your name?" "Taylor." "What's your last name?" "Hey." "Well, can you spell that? What's this all about?" He doesn't get an answer, but does he escalate and get angry? You'll hear the tone of his voice. He says, "No." And he explains himself. Jaywalking and the way you avoided me back there. Just like what they say in Illinois versus Wardwell about what's reasonable to create suspicion to begin a minimally intrusive detention for the purposes of asking things like your name. And when that response is given, the jaywalking and the name, you're going to hear Sergeant Johnson say something very important in response. The gentleman says to him, "How can I jaywalk? I wasn't driving a car." And Sergeant Johnson says, No. Walkers jaywalk, cars don't jaywalk." And he gets out of his car having heard that inconsistent, sort of nonsensical answer. And he says, "I'm going to ask you to stop right there." And in that moment, you're going to see John Stelzel flee. And in the words of Supreme Court Justice Rehnquist, we don't know exactly what reasonable suspicion is, but unprompted flight sure seems a lot like it. And that's what led him to pursue him in that moment. Can we go back to the thing I wanted to be at the end there? The 0.368? That's it.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Because as a law enforcement officer who attempts to make an arrest or desist I'll just read it. A law enforcement officer who makes or attempts to make an arrest need not retreat or desist in his efforts by reason of the resistance or threatened resistance of the person being arrested. A law enforcement officer shall not be deemed the aggressor or lose the right of self-defense and proportional force if necessary in compliance with the subdivision of this subsection to effect an arrest, prevent escape, or overcome resistance. And we will show you on the video, we will remind you of your dashboard. The entire episode begins at active resistance when Stelzel flees after being ordered to stop. Okay? It elevates quickly. I'm sure you all know, disarming and shooting an officer with his own weapon is lethal force. It's deadly aggression on your sheet. And it happened in the moments prior to the improvised strike. You'll see that Sergeant Johnson tried everything: verbal commands, warnings, escalating from pepper spray, conducted energy weapon, and ultimately to an impact device, all of which are expressly authorized on the use of force dashboard as responses to active resistance, which is how it began, active aggression, which is where it proceeded, and deadly aggression, which is where it ended. All of those things happened in the moments preceding his single improvised impact weapon. They don't get batons in St. Johnsbury, so he improvised with his taser, something that the PowerPoint slides from the VCJC directly say you can use improvised impact devices if needed, and he struck him once. After that, you see that that's still not enough. It just gives them the opportunity to get close enough to handcuff him. Once the handcuffs are on, the only thing that happens with Mr. Stelzl after that is medical treatment. So our position, and you will hear it throughout, is that number one, this was not a jaywalking case. This was an officer reasonably beginning an investigatory series of questions that led to a suspect fleeing. It is very important to recognize that there was, in fact, a reasonable basis to conclude that he had jaywalked as well. And both of those formed the beginning of this dispute. The last thing I'll say is this. I watched this video a lot. You're going to watch it a lot too. John Stelzl really says three categories of things throughout the video. And they're very distracting. And I would submit to you, they're likely to garner sympathy for Mr. Stelzl, and you should. It's clear from the video, Mr. Stelzl hasn't had the easiest life. It's clear that he may be unhoused. He's got a backpack. He's hanging in a public area. All those are relevant for you to assess. But what he's yelling is help. But he doesn't respond to the fact that there's a police officer there. He doesn't, with respect to help. He's yelling help, but there's a pedestrian nearby. He doesn't seem to address it at them. When another officer drives, he doesn't appear to be asking for help from that person. In fact, he springs to his feet the moment he wants to. So that request for help, I submit to you, is not something you'll see supported on the video. In addition, he starts screaming, "He's raping me." And I don't have anything, dude. Well, we know from the video you won't see a sexual assault. But let's talk for a moment about why he's saying, "I don't have anything, dude." Well, he's got the backpack on. He's telling you this had a genesis in his suspicion about drug activity. And as much as we want to pretend it's a jaywalking event, even Mr. Stelzl feels in the moment he must talk about his possession or non-possession of drugs. That's how clear it was in that moment. So for all those reasons, ultimately, it's the use of force dashboard that I'll be leaning into throughout this process to remind you that every use of force Sergeant Johnson deployed corresponded with something on the use of force dashboard that dictated that that was an appropriate response to the physical attack that he was under. Thank you.
Was referenced that there have been exhibits stipulated to, and right now, at this point, we haven't admitted anything, so we might want to take care of that right now and make sure that we know what's been stipulated to, and we'll admit those exhibits.
That's fine. On the state's exhibit list, exhibits 1, which is the statewide policy of police use of force.
We have the state.
Exhibit 2, which is the St. Johnsbury Police Department use of force policy. Exhibit 3, the St. Johnsbury Police Department stop, arrest, and search of persons policy. Exhibit 4, St. Johnsbury Police Department response to resistance policy. Exhibit 5, the body worn camera video from Sergeant Johnson. Not a fitting 6, but I have it marked for identification. And we'll offer it if it is appropriate. That's a transcript of that body worn camera video. Exhibit 7, the body worn camera video from Officer Hendrick Johnson. Exhibit 8, which is in 2 parts on my exhibit list, which is closed circuit television video from a camera located in the pavilion itself. Exhibit 9, body worn camera video from Officer McKendrick Johnson at the hospital. Exhibit 10, the affidavit of Detective Sergeant Angela Baker from the Boston State Police. Exhibit 11, her investigative narrative that she prepared. Exhibit 12 is the use of force report written by George Johnson. Exhibit 14 is the probable cause affidavit written by Mr. Johnson against Mr. Stezel. Exhibit 15 is the incident narrative written by Mr. Johnson. Exhibit 16 is the audio recording of Mr. Johnson's interview by Detective Sergeant Baker. Exhibit 17 is the transcript of that interview with Detective Sergeant Baker. Exhibit 18 is a portion of Mr. Stezel's medical record. It is 7 pages, described as an emergency department visit note. Exhibit 19 is the problem. I think that's in there twice. Exhibit 19 can be struck because I think we already have it. Exhibit 20 is the criminal information of State of Vermont versus George Johnson. Exhibit 21 is the Vermont Police Academy use of force training materials. And this is a PowerPoint presentation. Exhibit 22 is the language of 23 VSA section 1052, the jaywalking statute. Exhibit 23 is the text of Title 23 section 1022. This is another part of the motor vehicle code. Exhibit 24 is a photograph of the Bay Street intersection. Exhibit 25 is a picture taken by the Caledonian Record reporter of Sergeant Johnson, Officer McHenry Johnson, John Stezel on Bay Street just after during the time of the incident. And those are the exhibits that we've stipulated to off of my list.
Yeah, and from my list, so starting at exhibit 26, am I right about that number?
25.
I'm sorry?
We left off with
Yeah,
25.
yeah, so starting at exhibit 26, transcript of Detective Sergeant Baker's interview of Chief Joel Pierce. Exhibit 27, transcript of Detective Sergeant Baker's interview with St. Johnsbury Police Captain Jason Gray. Exhibit 28, transcript of Detective Sergeant Baker's interview with Dylan Chase. Exhibit 29, photo of Sergeant Johnson's eye. Exhibit 30, photo of Sergeant Johnson's leg. There is the exhibit subject to the final paragraph being redacted that I think is otherwise admitted. Am I allowed to reference it?
Yes.
Judge Kanan's decision on the motion to dismiss in Vermont v. Johnson.
Is that 31?
I think so.
That's all.
Yes.
And so all of those exhibits, which is essentially 1 through 31, with the exception of 6, 13, 19 are admitted. Good.
Councilor Burkett, you may proceed. Don't make like share.
Chair, at this time, I would call George Johnson as a witness.
Morning, Officer Johnson. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Seated.
Johnson, can you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
George Johnson. My last name is spelled Johnsson.
And Counsel, will you stipulate adverse witness?
I will not object to leading question.
Very good. Right past that. So Johnson, you are a certified law enforcement officer certified by this council.
I am.
When did you receive your certification?
2012, I believe.
And
Well, I was a part-time officer and certified, I believe, as a part-time officer before that. But For a full-time officer, it was 2012, sir.
And on May the 10th of 2024, you were working as a full-time certified police officer in St. Johnsbury Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
You were in full uniform and cruiser on May the 10th of 2024?
Correct.
You had amongst your accoutrement, pepper spray, a taser, firearm.
Correct.
Handcuffs, gloves, etc.
Correct.
And at approximately 5:12 in that afternoon, were you in the vicinity of the pavilion off Bay Street in St. Johnsbury?
Correct.
And is that a place that's open to the public, that pavilion?
Correct. Oh, well, I was gonna say not full-time. There's a curfew on it, but it wasn't during the curfew hours.
Okay. What time, what are the curfew hours?
I can't say off the top of my head. I think it's around dusk time. It says on or dusk post.
And Bay Street isn't downtown St. Johnsbury, would that be accurate?
Correct. I classified it as that.
It's kind of on the, more of the outskirts of downtown.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Not a lot of traffic on that Bay Street road generally.
Vehicular?
Yeah.
Not too much.
And at about that time, 5:12, as you were in the vicinity of the pavilion, you observed a man walking from the pavilion, is that correct?
Initially, or
What did you see initially?
a guy at the pavilion was driving up. Initially, he wasn't walking away at that moment.
Okay. But as you pulled up, he began to walk away.
Right.
And this man was dressed in shorts, a hoodie, shoes, had a backpack on, correct?
So that's my recollection.
You later learned that this man was John Steadle.
Correct.
But you didn't know Steadle at the time that you first observed him, is that correct?
Correct.
And you had not had prior contacts with him, is that correct?
Not to the best of my recollection, sir.
You did not know if he had a criminal record? You did not know if he had a reputation for violence, running, anything else?
Nothing of that sort, sir.
So as far as you knew, he was a complete stranger. He could be a sinner, he could be a saint.
Correct.
And as you observed him to walk away, you chose to follow him, is that right?
Correct.
And you watched him cross Bay Street towards the underpass, locally known as the Honking Bridge, is that right?
Correct.
And at this point, the pavilion area is a place where drug use is often, or it commonly happens, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that's understood by members of the St. Johnsbury Police Department?
Correct.
In fact, that's the reason you were patrolling in that area, is because there might be people over there using drugs.
Correct.
Or buying or selling.
Correct.
Right. But at no time did you see Mr. Stezel, the man you didn't know, using drugs. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
You didn't see him in possession of drugs.
Correct.
You didn't see him selling drugs.
Correct.
You just saw him in a pavilion.
Correct.
A place where certainly druggies go, but other people as well, correct?
Yes. Correct.
All right. Nor did you see him commit any other Title 13 crime. You didn't see him commit theft or assault or anything like that. You just watched him walk across Bay Street outside the white markings that are on the street. Correct?
Correct.
Austin, if we can bring up exhibit 24, please. Okay. This is the street we're talking about,
Correct.
and this is looking towards like around the corner of that sort of half red, half white building there with the thing. That's where the Honking Bridge is, right?
You can't see it. It's just behind there.
Right around that corner.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the intersection that he walked across.
Correct.
Okay, and so this is not a square intersection. It's kind of funky. We might call it Vermont Street.
Sure.
Sure. And you saw him walking outside. You see the white markings on there. Is this a true? First of all, is this a true and accurate image of what you would
Yes, sir.
see looking at that intersection? And you're saying that when you saw him, he was outside of the white markings that crosswalk there, right?
When he was crossing.
Yes.
Correct.
And that's when you decided to roll up and contact him, correct?
Correct.
And you told him he was jaywalking, yes?
Correct.
And that's what you wrote in your investigative narrative, is that right?
Correct.
And you also wrote that in your probable cause affidavit, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were specific in the section that you thought that he had committed, that being subsection C of that statute, is that right?
Correct, but I believe that was a typo on my part. As there was no signals there, as that specific section appears. I think I meant to write D, but
Well, didn't you say to him that he didn't walk inside the crosswalk, that
I
that
did.
was the problem?
Correct.
So that's subsection C, right?
that
You have
would
to stay
be
as-
section A, under A, I believe.
Can we bring up exhibit 22? And we make that bigger so that we can all read it. All right, and you roll down to, we can see A, B, C, and D. All right. So when you talked to him, you were talking about how he did not cross in the marked crosswalk, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And that's subsection C.
Negative. C is between signals. Signals are like traffic lights that are like flashing lights. That would be signals. The lines on the crosswalk are not considered signals by Title 23.
Right. So, but you would agree with me on a subsection C, which is what you put in your probable cause affidavit. There has to be signals, and that's what prompts the person to have to walk in the marked crosswalk. Correct?
No, A also makes them walk in the marked crosswalk too.
Well, that says you shall yield the right of way to any vehicles on the roadway.
And also is in violation of D as well, which is going diagonal because she was traveling through the crosswalk.
But that's not what you put in your probable
That
cause.
is correct. I believe I made a typo when I put C.
And you didn't put that in your incident report either, did you?
Yeah, it's just a copy and paste of the same report pretty much.
So you, on all of those, put the D
Everything else
violation.
say C, correct.
And when you were talking with him, you talked about the fact that he was outside the lines, the crosswalk. That was the thing you were talking about.
I don't think I said lines. I said you didn't use the crosswalk, but refresh my memory.
We'll watch the video in a second. I think
Correct.
that'll refresh everybody. But, so I'll get back to that and ask again. You would agree with me that you did not have probable cause to issue a jaywalking ticket under subsection C, correct?
For C, I don't think C would apply that one.
So if that's the only thing that you can do, you couldn't issue him a ticket under C.
I could under D, but not under C, correct?
And C is the one you put in your probable cause.
Yep, right.
Do you happen to know what the waiver penalty is for a ticket like that?
Not off the top of my head, sir.
And show you. I don't believe I've marked as anything, so we're up to 32, I think. I'm going to show you what's I've marked for identification as exhibit 32. You could look at the highlighted portion to yourself, look up when you're done.
Waiver, yeah, $59, sir.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to how much the waiver amount is for a jaywalking
Yes,
ticket?
sir.
$59.
Right.
All right. And you've issued tickets for jaywalking in the past, is that correct?
I think I've issued one, sir.
And it's. All right. You were wearing a body camera that day?
Correct.
And it was operational?
Correct.
And you've seen the video from that?
Correct.
Probably many times at this point?
Correct.
Why don't we play exhibit number 5 from 0 to the 10-minute mark, please? If we can get the lights.
The sound should have kicked in at the 30-second mark, sir.
Does this sound not working?
Walking if you're walking.
Can you back it up?
Yeah.
And make it large again?
Yes.
Very technical, very technical, very technical.
We started at the beginning, so that's.
Excuse me, what's your name? Excuse me, what's your name? Taylor what? Taylor what? Taylor what? Taylor what? Taylor what? How do you spell that? 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 How do you spell that?
Why? What's going on?
Oh, you didn't use crosswalk. Taylor what?
Hey,
Taylor what?
Taylor. Hey,
How do you spell that?
why? What's going on?
Oh, you didn't use crosswalk there, and the way you tried to avoid. Excuse me, what's your name?
Huh?
What's
Taylor.
your Taylor what?
Hey,
Taylor what?
Taylor. Hey.
How do you spell that?
Why? What's going on?
Oh, you didn't use crosswalk there, and the way you tried to avoid me, I
didn't
think.
use the crosswalk.
Yeah,
I'm not in the car. I'm walking.
No, you guys still use the crosswalk even if you're walking. Yeah, at the end of it. No, I want you to stop here. What are you doing? You're being detained. Stop. All right. You're gonna get tased. You better not fucking. Stop. What are you doing? Don't fucking move. Why are you doing this? You're gonna get tased. Why are you doing this? I told you stop. Why are you doing this? I'm not doing anything. Why are you running? Come, help! 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 Fighting with one. Help! On base. Help! I'm fighting on one. Help! 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 I don't have anything, dude. I don't have anything. I swear to God, dude.
I wanted to point something out at this point. You've now just called for backup, is that right?
Right.
This is about a minute into your incident with him.
Correct.
And then at the end of this call, you drop your shoulder mic rather than clip it to your shoulder, isn't that right?
Correct.
So as a result, you made it so you could not send or receive radio calls from other officers, is that correct?
No, I cannot make it, so I cannot receive. I'd still be able to hear. I think I dropped it at that point because he had reached up and tried to shut off my radio.
But that was your action, right? To drop the radio mic?
Correct, so I could use both hands. Well, I didn't take it off my lapel. I was trying to talk to it with my hand and I had to control the suspect, but correct. I just let go at that point, I believe.
All right, let's keep playing.
I just asked for a quick pause. I'm hearing an echo, which is really making it hard
Yeah,
for me to pay attention.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying to resolve that.
Might it be better that we take a recess, Mr. Chair, while we work out?
I think so. Let's get this fixed. We'll take 5 minutes. Or receiver will.
That was pretty good. You should talk about what you just, but I just said, so you don't keep it. That was playing from there. Oh, my computer is.
And you're using the.
Well, it's for some reason. Now, it's my audio speakers are muted. And then they. This is perfect. All right. Yeah.
The phone from here. But yeah, as soon as. Okay.
So I didn't hear the echo at the end. Are we still trying to resolve that? Are you? I keep like again, and they record it, or they have it. I think I make my class and show them.
Yeah, I need to turn the bike.
Yeah.
Today, have to deal with myself.
Yeah. That's playing it. Very nice.
So nobody can. Speakers that it's not details, is it daily for the?
I can't like just for my microphone.
Because if you do.
There's no echo.
Yep, it's true.
We're sharing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope. I think that might have done it. We are live. You have audio. So. Yeah, I just had to mute everything else.
So everything's gonna go different size. We just started this.
That's just because I'm also sharing. Yeah, just.
Did that mess up?
No, I'll, I can switch back on sharing.
Just FYI, yes, if you send an email out about networking stability.
Oh, great. I think. Oh, just.
Email us results.
Are they here? I was looking at that, looks like they would mostly hear me, but I'm sure you.
I think it's resolved, although we did just get notification that OS is having network issues, so it may get impacted, so we may have to for people online.
Okay, I think we got resolved. We'll return and pick up with the full video. Counselors, are we ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, what's your name? What's your, Taylor what? Taylor what? How do you spell that?
You make it loud.
Oh, you didn't use crosswalk there, and the way you tried to avoid me, I think. Yeah, look. No, you guys still use the crosswalk even if you're walking. Yeah, at the end of it. No, I want you to stop here. What are you doing? You're being detained. Stop.
What?
You're gonna get tased. You better not stop. What are you doing? Don't fucking move.
Why are you doing this?
You're gonna get tased.
Why are you doing this?
I told you to stop.
Why are you doing this? I'm not doing anything.
Why are you running?
God, help! Help!
You're gonna get
Help! 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 Help!
Stop.
Help! Help!
Fighting with one.
Help!
On base.
Help!
I'm fighting on one.
Help! Help!
You're gonna-
Help! I don't have anything, dude. I don't have anything. I swear to
Stop.
God, dude.
Stop.
I don't have anything. Stop!
You're being detained.
Stop, dude.
Stop.
Stop. Sean, stop. I'm not doing anything,
Stop.
dude. Please, stop.
I'm in
Help!
on base 3.
Help! Stop, dude. Come on.
Grab me. I'm gonna punch
I'm not doing nothing.
you. Stop.
Help! Help! Help, dude! Come on! Stop! Help! This cop's doing something! Help me! Help! Help! Stop! Stop raping me! Stop!
Stop.
Stop!
Get hurt.
Stop! Help! Help!
Roll over.
Stop!
Now.
Stop!
Hands behind your
I
back.
don't have anything!
You're under
Stop! For
You're
what?
under now.
I'm not doing nothing!
You're under arrest.
Help!
You're under arrest.
Stop!
It's gonna get force.
Stop!
I'm gonna use force.
Stop!
Last chance to roll over of your own.
Stop! I don't have anything! I don't have... Stop, dude! Please! 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 Help! Stop! Stop! Don't do it! Don't do this! Stop! Stop! Help! Stop! Stop it! Help!
Stop.
Help! Help!
You're gonna get shot. Stay there!
Stop!
Stay there!
Stop!
Roll over!
Help!
Hit him with it. Hit
Stop!
him with it. He already tasted
Stop
me.
it! Ah!
Stop! Roll over. Put your hands behind your back. Do it. Put your
Stop!
hands behind your back.
Stop! Why are you doing this to me?
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind.
Stop!
Turn over.
Stop it, dude. Stop!
Turn over. You get tased again.
Ah!
Put your hands behind your back. Don't grab. Get cup out.
Say that
Please get off my back.
Fuck you. You already tased me, man. Fuck. Don't fucking tense up. Don't tense up.
God! 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 God, please help me.
Okay, George? Yeah. Tase me again. That taser probe stuck in me somewhere. See if we can get another unit down here.
I'm not. Can you please? I'm not doing anything.
There was a knife there. Fucking.
prawn.
Answer for me.
688. I'm out with 84. We got one male at 95.
Yeah, tell him still to you. Come over here. Under the railroad underpass on Bay Street.
We're under the railroad underpass on Bay Street, right across from the bike path pavilion.
You got a probe somewhere. Shot me with a taser.
He shot you?
Oh yeah. After I got him, he ripped it from my hands and shot me with it. Fuck if I know.
You were called for an ambulance?
Don't you fucking move. What's your name? What's your real name?
I don't know.
You don't know your name?
Look at me.
What? You see a probe sticking out of me?
Yeah, you'll have anything out of you.
Alright. So I felt he took it and shot me with it.
That's good.
Yeah. I did.
I mean, that's go ahead.
Yeah. Just, yeah, I did. Well, there was barely any left. I haven't searched them yet. I got OC spray all over my eye. I'm gonna roll you towards me. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. I didn't mean to get you like that. This way. Spread your legs. Nothing. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good? Yeah.
I think we stop there. Johnson, Officer McKendrick Johnson, who I think we saw in that video, responded to your call for backup. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he was also wearing a body worn camera that day?
Correct.
And you've seen that video before as well, haven't you?
Correct.
We play, it's 7. Play it to the 5-minute mark.
Play after the 5-minute?
No, from 0 to 5 minutes.
0 to 5. Gotcha.
their audio?
After
It
the first
starts
30
at some
seconds.
point, but okay, not immediately.
Turn over! Okay, dude. Stop.
Turn over. You get tased again.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Come on, Brad.
Ah!
Your cup out. David, I'm for a second, George. I'm gonna grab my shackles. Okay, George. Tase me again. Got a taser probe stuck in me somewhere. Okay. I think they were sending somebody down. Does he have any weapons on him or anything? Oh, there's a knife there. Fucking. Oh, fuck. I got it. 688. I'm out with 84. We got one male at 95.
Receive 688, 683, and 681. You copy? That work. Did you want on scene 17, 19?
Tell him still to you. Come over here.
688 to other units. If you guys want to continue down here, that would be great.
I'm almost there. Receive 688. Can you give me your exact location?
Under the railroad underpass on Bay Street.
We're under the railroad underpass on Bay Street, right across from the bike path pavilion.
Stadium 23 is also a BSC unit.
Yeah.
It's very good.
You got a probe somewhere. Shot me with a taser.
He shot you?
Oh yeah. After I got him, he ripped it from my hand and shot
Shot
me with it.
680 at 1076.
You gonna call for an ambulance?
Yeah. 688, 688. If you could start firing EMS down here, that'd be helpful.
What's your name?
Yeah. Or 688. You have a complaint.
It's up there. Mr. Johnson, you're also aware that there are closed circuit TV cameras focused on this area from the pavilion. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've seen the videos from that camera before today as well?
Correct.
Can we play Exhibit 8A in its totality and then just follow it up with Exhibit 8B? Let's walk through what we just saw. So you watched him cross Bay Street towards the underpass of the railroad trust.
Correct.
You rolled up on him and asked him his name.
Correct.
And you told him that he didn't use the crosswalk. That's why you were talking to him.
Correct.
And then he turns around, starts walking the opposite way.
Correct.
Walking away from your cruiser.
After he was big thing, but correct.
Yeah, but you didn't know it was a big man, did you?
I think I started suspecting after he couldn't spell it.
He didn't fit. Started T-A-Y, what's going on? That's what he said, right?
Right.
So he never did not spell it. He just didn't. He turned around and asked you what was going on.
Right.
And that's when you told him that he didn't use the crosswalk.
Right.
Despite the fact that he had no obligation to use the crosswalk, as we've been talking about.
Right.
Right. So then he walks away from you, and you get out of your cruiser and you go to confront him. Correct.
Correct.
And that's when he takes off running.
Right.
And you chase him and you pull him to the ground.
Eventually, correct.
Well, within seconds, right?
Yeah, after he started going for his backpack, but correct, I did release him on the ground.
And the first thing you say after you throw him to the ground is you order him, don't fucking move, right?
Correct.
The next thing you say is you're going to get tased, right?
Correct.
Told you to stop.
I believe so.
And you're telling him he's being detained as you're dragging him to the ground. You're telling him he's going to be tased as you're dragging him to the ground, correct?
Maybe he was already at the ground at that point.
Okay. So you dragged him to the ground and then told him, don't fucking move. You're going to get tased. I told you to stop. You're being detained.
Yeah, correct, as he's wrestling with me.
And at this point, you would agree with me that you had no probable cause to give him a jaywalking ticket as we've described under 1052 subsection C.
Under that section, under jaywalking, yes, but under C, perhaps not.
And you still hadn't observed him to commit any kind of criminal act, right?
I have. So running away from a lawful detention is impeding a public officer.
Really?
Yes.
You're going to tell me that just running away from an officer is impeding a police officer, a
Yeah.
felony crime?
Oh, felony crime. Oh, I thought you said
That's what
crime.
impeding is, isn't it? Is it felony crime?
Is it? I'd have to look it up if it's felony or not.
How many times do you charge? You charged him with impeding in your affidavit of probable cause, didn't you?
I did.
But you didn't charge him for running away from you, did you?
Clean.
You
He's not a
charged
motor
him.
vehicle. I believe for that statute, you have to be in a motor vehicle to flee.
So you didn't have probable cause for impeding either, is what you're not telling me.
I do have probable cause for impeding. If you flee from a lawful detention, that's impeding.
Well, you didn't have him in a lawful detention, did you?
I did have lawful detention
What was the detention?
of the jaywalking.
Which we've already determined you didn't have probable cause for.
We did not determine that, sir.
Okay. And now you're saying that he was impeding by running away from you. A felony crime. And you actually charged him with impeding in your affidavit of probable cause, is
I
that
did,
correct?
correct.
But not for running away, did you?
There's no running away other than impeding, unless you're in a motor vehicle.
When you
There's no
charged,
statute for being on foot, I believe, I'm aware of.
so I guess I'm confused. You're telling me that when he ran away from you, he was impeding a police officer.
Yep.
And yet then you're telling me because he was on foot that it's not impeding.
No, I'm saying it's not, eluding per Title 23.
I'm not asking about eluding. You
Well,
said impeding.
yeah.
And you charged him with impeding in your affidavit of probable
Correct.
cause that you sent to the
Yeah.
state's attorney.
Correct.
But you didn't charge him with impeding based on his running away, did you?
I did, for that running away was the impeding that I
Can
charged.
we bring up his affidavit, its exhibit 14, please? Let's go to the bottom of that exhibit. The very bottom. One more up, please. Done. So we're looking at paragraph 8 of your affidavit of probable cause, correct? You recognize this document as one that you created
Yep,
and you signed it. When you signed it, you recognize that this is an affidavit to assign under the pains and penalties of perjury. It has to be
Yeah.
true.
my mistake, I thought it was for, running away. You're correct, sir.
So you didn't believe that he was impeding when he was running away
Oh, I
when
did.
when you wrote your affidavit, or you'd have included it, wouldn't you?
No, I may have included in the initial draft. I'm not sure if it changed after, but, I did believe that running away was impeding, sir.
How long have you been an officer at this point?
I think I'm going on, I'm sorry. I want to say about, 14 years maybe. I started 2012, but then we're at,
And how many times have you charged someone with impeding?
at least more than a couple.
And do you do it every time somebody runs away from you?
I'd have to check. I know I've done it before for running away. Yes,
And has the state's attorney ever agreed with you that that's true?
they have, sir.
And did they agree with you on this one? They didn't, did that?
Oh yeah, they initially, I went through a deputy state's attorney that day and he was charging.
Well, we're not gonna talk about what the deputy state's attorney said, but the charging document didn't have impeding for running away, did it?
Nope.
And you didn't charge impeding for running away, did
I
you?
did not.
Yeah. So you've taken him to the ground, he's on the ground, you're above him, is that correct?
Correct.
And at this time, his hands are open, they're empty, they're out like this, is that correct?
Not until a lot of times my arms or my hands are in his hands, but sometimes his hands are empty. Correct.
Okay. At this point, you make no attempt to de-escalate the situation, explain why you wanted to talk to him, do you?
I do. I tell them, in fact, during the recording, you'll hear me say, stop. You're only going to get more charges. Trying to de-escalate the situation there. I tell them to stop.
You're giving him commands, right?
Correct.
You're not telling him what's going on. You're not trying to slow the situation down. You're giving him orders. You're telling him he's being detained.
Yeah.
You're telling him he's under arrest, essentially.
Yeah.
Even though you don't have probable cause to arrest him for anything. Right?
Wrong.
You would agree with me that use of force policy says that when possible, officers shall use de-escalation tactics.
Correct.
When a person's on the ground and you're above them,
Mhm.
you have tactical advantage, correct?
For the most part, I mean,
This would be a time when you could have used de-escalation tactics, correct?
which I did.
And you didn't use de-escalation tactics, you gave commands. You
Yeah,
told
okay.
him, don't fucking move. You're gonna get tased. You're gonna get hurt. You're being detained. You didn't at any point explain to him why you wanted to talk to him, correct?
Already done that, I believe.
You had done that back in the car, but you're not talking to him now.
Correct.
And you would agree with me, you weren't interested in the jaywalking ticket, you were interested in his backpack. Right? You had a hunch that he had drugs.
Right.
That's why you really wanted to talk to him.
That's partial, correct.
So you wanted to see inside his backpack. That's what you wanted to talk to him about, is whether or not he had drugs on him, right?
Oh, not only that, also whether he had a warrant at a point too, due to fleeing at a point. I was wondering those facts, but I did suspect he could possibly be having drugs on him at that point.
Now, we talked a little bit about your radio, but I want to talk a little bit more about it. You called for backup, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the end of calling for backup, you got to watch the video now. You saw it, you dropped the mic.
Correct.
And as a result, you couldn't send any additional information to officers. You could hear, but you couldn't respond.
I can't hear anything from over the radio at that time. I thought I disabled my microphone because at one point prior to me dropping, he had reached up and tried to disable it.
That doesn't show on the body cam, but it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
When you spoke to Detective Sergeant Baker, the fact that you couldn't communicate was one of the reasons you justified for escalating your use of force. Isn't that correct?
I have to look up, but I believe that may have been one of the many reasons for the escalation, multitude.
Okay, so you're agreeing that yes, you did use it.
I don't recall at this time.
Can you bring up exhibit 17, page 13? That's not exhibit 17.
Did you say exhibit 17?
Yeah, it should be a transcript.
Page 13.
Yes, please. We there? Yeah, you see in the middle of that large paragraph, you say, trying to call for backup, he reaches up, does something on my radio. I think he was trying to prevent me from calling for backup. You see where you say that?
Yep, correct.
So you did use the fact that he was, we can take that down,
Trying to prevent me from calling back up.
as one of the justifications for your escalating use of force. But when you told Detective Sergeant Vega that Stezel did something to your radio to prevent you from calling assistance, that wasn't truthful, was it?
It was truthful.
At a minimum, it was incorrect, wasn't it? Because you, even after you claimed he reached up and did something on your radio, you called for assistance, didn't you?
I didn't know if he totally shut off or if it got turned down or maybe switched to a different channel. I was just praying someone could hear and come
But
to my assistance.
the bottom line is you communicated with backup and called for it.
I did not know if backup heard me or not.
And you voluntarily dropped the mic so that you couldn't hear.
No, you'd still be able to hear from coming off there. But that's for speaking in. You don't hear from the mic it comes from.
Okay. Did you wait for confirmation that backup was en route before dropping your radio?
I couldn't hear anything at all coming from radios.
And you didn't wait for backup before attempting to get physical control of Mr. Stezel, did you?
We were already in physical altercation at that time.
Could you have, is it true you could have taken a step back, de-escalated the situation?
They let him get to his feet and give him a tactical advantage that they had already tried fleeing.
In fact, almost immediately after you drop the mic is when you reach down, you grab for his hands, grab for his hoodie, is that correct? See that?
Okay.
Almost immediately after you drop the mic is when you reach down and grab again for his hoodie, for his hands.
I think even while I was still had the mic, I still had a hand on his hoodie, but I may have, after dropping it, I probably did grab my other hand, correct, sir?
You would agree that use of force policy requires that whenever feasible, officers will allow individuals reasonable time to submit to arrest or detention before force is used, right? But you didn't wait for backup or attempt to slow things down or de-escalate. You jumped immediately to trying to gain physical contact or physical control over him, didn't you?
Thank you.
Well, he's on the ground.
Yeah.
You called for backup.
Yeah.
And you're already reaching for him and grabbing him. Right?
And also the one from before that, but correct.
And he's struggling against you, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're ordering him onto his stomach. You're telling him to put his hand behind his back.
Correct.
That's something you do when you arrest somebody, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And you're telling him he's going to get hurt.
Correct.
Meaning you're going to hurt him.
He could get hurt, yes. Physical altercations, people sometimes get hurt.
Right. You might hurt him. Right.
I'm not sure I use those words.
Well, the phrase you used was you're going to get hurt.
You could get hurt. But is it used, you're going to get hurt, or it could have been that.
And then you tell him he's under arrest.
I believe, yeah, I have told him he was under arrest.
What was that? Well, for what?
What?
What was he under arrest for?
I believe disorderly conduct, impeding once again, grabbing me. That's arrestable.
Grabbing you is arrestable.
Oh yeah, if when I'm trying to tase someone, that's assaultive behavior, that's disorderly, that's violent, tumultuous behavior under disorderly conduct.
Well, that's disorderly conduct. That's something different. So you're suggesting he was at this point disorderly conduct.
I believe so. I think that's my affidavit as well.
Okay, so let's talk about disorderly conduct for a moment. How can one commit disorderly conduct?
By engaging in violent, tumultuous behavior.
Okay, but at this point, the violent, tumultuous behavior is in response to your behavior towards him. Would you agree? In other words, you put him on the ground and suddenly he's shouting, you're grabbing for him and he's slapping your hands away. The tumultuous behavior is in response to your behavior. Isn't that correct?
Because I'm not sure I'd phrase it that way, but I mean, all behaviors are interlinked at some point, him running away to my behavior to try and detain him, to his behavior to grabbing me and yelling and screaming.
Are there other ways that one can commit disorderly conduct?
Oh, tons of other ways. I mean, that's not, yeah.
Is one of those ways obstruction of vehicular traffic?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that your cruiser, when you're in your cruiser, you have to follow the rules of the road, same as everybody else, right? Unless your emergency lights are going.
I'd have to research the statute. I'm not sure if the light speed going is the way, but I know there's like, I don't want to drone on here, but like most, when you're doing your duties or in the, sorry, not as articulate as I'd like to do right now.
Let me give you a better example. Let me see if this works. When you're in your cruiser without your emergency lights on, you can't break the speed limit. That would be wrong, correct?
Yeah.
You can't go through red lights without your emergency lights on.
Correct.
You can't go through stop sign without your emergency lights on. Right?
Correct.
So you have to follow the rules of the road.
Absolutely. Right.
And you didn't turn your emergency lights on when you parked your car under the honking bridge, did you?
Right.
But you're blocking all traffic under the honking bridge, aren't you?
Right.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that person who's committing disorderly conduct, the better case, if I'm a prosecutor, is against you than against Mr. Stezel, who's responding to your action?
Yeah.
At some point, you take out your OC spray from your belt, right?
Correct.
And what is OC spray?
Oil, calcium resin, it's commonly referred to as pepper spray. It's an irritant.
Yeah. And you spray him with it.
Correct.
You spray him with it in the face.
Correct.
And that's where you're trained to spray a person because it's an irritant, it's an eye irritant.
Correct.
The idea is it's supposed to disable a person by making them, basically causing pain to their eyes.
Correct.
And making it impossible for them to see. Or
Not
harder,
possible.
harder for them to see.
Correct.
And you get in order to get certified to carry OC spray, you have to go through training, correct?
Correct.
And part of that training is you have to get sprayed yourself.
Correct.
So you know exactly how much it hurts.
Correct.
And you've seen the after results of being sprayed with OC spray.
Correct.
Causes your eyes to get pretty darn red.
Correct.
And that redness sticks around for a while.
Some people have different reactions. There's,
And at the time that you spray him, he's still on the ground. Is that right?
correct.
And the reality is that at this point, he still hasn't struck you. He still hasn't kicked you. He still hasn't hurt you in any way.
You get twisted my thumb, correct, and causing pain in my thumb.
But you still haven't made any attempt to de-escalate since you put him on the ground, have you?
I have multiple attempts.
And at the time that you spray him, his hands are still open and empty?
Except for when he's grabbing me.
And after spraying him, you attempt to grab him again?
Correct.
And that's when he grabs back and your taser comes free.
That's when he grabs my taser from my holster, correct.
Now, you're saying holster.
Correct.
This is an outer carry holster?
Correct.
So it's not a hard plastic holster that one draws out.
It's a plastic holster, correct.
It's basically attached by an elastic band.
So it's a plastic holster, it sits in like here, so it's a hard plastic shell, but for the retention clip, there's a rubber band on top of it.
Okay. So it's easy to dislodge.
Correct, I mean, it's not a falling out while running or anything, but you can make it out very easily, correct.
And it got dislodged.
You got yanked out of my holster by him, correct.
And there's a Scrabble for taser.
Correct.
Between you and him.
Correct.
He tries to basically sit on the thing.
Well, I think it fell under him and he's reaching to grab it from underneath himself. I can't say that he tried to sit on it.
Well, in the video, we see we see him putting it underneath him, right?
I'd have to see the video. I don't think he's put it underneath him.
And the entire time in which the two of you are scrabbling over your taser, the safety's on, right?
Correct.
So it's non-functional.
So it's functional.
It's
not.
If I squeeze the trigger and the safety on, nothing's happening, right? The taser prongs don't deploy.
Yep.
No electricity goes through the cables.
Yeah.
I can't press it against your skin and send electricity through your body.
Same as the safety on gun.
Right. And when you regain control of the taser while its safety's still on.
Correct.
And it's only after you regain control of the taser, you're the one who switches the safety on.
Correct.
You render it functional.
Correct. Oh, it was functional before. It's not broken or disabled.
Right. It's just not
It's fully functional.
But it isn't going to do anything until you flip the safety on.
Yeah. So,
And you're the one who flips the safety on.
correct.
And then you shoot him in the chest.
Right.
And you're aware from your training, that's not an optimal place to shoot.
Correct. If you have a better shot or time, it's better. Correct.
In fact, you're trained not to shoot a person in the chest.
To avoid it.
And you did.
Per se. But,
You also shot him essentially point blank range. Fair to say. I mean, you're closer to him when you shoot him than you are to me.
Right.
You're essentially at the corner of that table that you got.
Right.
And your training tells you that's not the optimal distance in which to deploy the taser, is it?
Correct.
Because you're looking to get spread of the two prongs.
And when possible. Correct.
Distance gets you spread.
Yeah. But they also say if it's a narrow spread, you can then do a drive stun later.
Okay.
I see that.
And you were going to do that. You were going to tase him again, right?
To make that through the action. Correct.
And you're saying you were using the phrase drive stun. Let's be clear as to what that is.
Yep.
A drive stun is where you take the metal plate on the front of the taser where the things deploy from.
Correct.
And you press that against the skin or the body of a person.
Correct.
And then you press a different trigger, and that sends electricity coursing through that plate, right?
Correct.
Without firing.
Well, from the plate to where the probes have already hit to make a full thing to help the capacity person.
That requires close contact.
Correct.
And this is where he wrestles with you and he takes the taser from you.
Correct.
And you get shot in the calf with the second charge from your taser.
Yeah,
correct?
he shoots me in the calf. Correct.
And that hurt, didn't it?
Correct.
And it dropped you prone, didn't it?
Correct.
And a second later, you're back up on your feet. Is that right?
Soon after, correct. Oh,
And he was back on his back prone on the ground, right?
after, at one point, you could go back from guard again. Right.
And as this is all happening, Officer McKendrick is arriving on scene. All right.
I didn't see him. I'm not sure at what point till I could tell by watching the video now what time he arrived on scene, but correct. That's according to the team.
It was about a minute and 20 seconds after you called for him.
Okay, correct.
So you regain your feet. You're on your feet. McKendrick's on his feet. Stezel's prone on his back. You have him boxed in an alleyway with police cruisers blocking both ends of the road. Is that right?
Correct.
And McKendrick has his taser drawn as well, right?
Correct.
This is a significant change in the situation that you had when it was just you and Kim struggling on the ground. Do you
Correct.
agree? But you didn't reassess use of force at this point, did you?
I assess use of force also in this whole altercation.
But now the circumstances are changed. You don't just have tactical advantage insofar as you're above him and he's prone. There's two of you now.
Yes, the situation has changed. Correct.
And McKendrick's has his taser drawn as well.
Correct.
And McKendrick's at what I would describe as a more proper distance for the deployment of the taser, right? He's not standing right next to him.
Correct.
But at this point, you don't attempt to de-escalate, you don't attempt to slow things down, and you don't reassess, do you?
I'm assessing throughout the whole interaction.
In fact, at this point, you escalate even further, don't you? You order McKendrick to fire his taser, don't you?
I don't really see where it's an escalation from being fired to a higher level than already fired, but I'll say I did order him to.
Your words were, hit him with it,
Yep.
hit him with it. He already tased me, correct?
Correct.
You were mad.
I was,
You were in pain.
I was probably in pain.
And at your command, McKendrick shot him with his taser.
Correct.
So that was the second time he'd been hit with a taser.
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that use of force policy requires that use of force is intended only to control behaviors and situations while accomplishing a lawful purpose. It is never intended to be punitive.
Right.
So if you ordered McKendrick to shoot him because you were pissed that you got tased with your own taser, that would be a violation of policy, wouldn't it?
If that was to occur.
But you didn't tell him, McKendrick, that is, to tase him because he was out of control.
I didn't
He
want,
was on the ground again.
correct. He had already disarmed me twice. I didn't want the Kendrick to tase him from a distance so he can disarm Kendrick. That makes sense.
Wouldn't the proper thing to have done is attempt to de-escalate the situation now with two officers and reassess the situation?
I did assess the situation.
But your assessment was to go even harder at him.
To tase him to get him into handcuffs as soon as possible before anyone else gets injured.
You ordered the taser shot because you were angry because you got tased by your own taser. Did you? You were mad and you wanted to get back at him.
That's the answer.
Well, he gets to say that, you don't. Nice try though. And you didn't wait to see what happened with the taser shot. As the taser shot hit, you strike Mr. Stessel in the face with your taser, don't you?
At that point, that's why I grabbed up somebody who was pulling me and talking after having already disarmed me twice. Right.
In the video, we watched how you turned the taser in your hand to get ready to use it as a blunt instrument.
If need be, correct.
And you waited until the taser shot happened and then you struck, didn't you?
I waited until he was pulling me in to himself again.
And you caused bodily injury with that strike. You used it as a club, right? This is what you're using it as, a blunt instrument.
Correct.
And you caused bodily injury with that strike to the face, didn't you?
Correct.
You can see in the video the blood on his face.
Correct.
And you're familiar with the statute of aggravated assault, aren't you, officer?
Correct.
Person who causes bodily injury to another person by use of a deadly weapon, they've committed the felony crime of aggravated assault. Is that right?
With the exceptions of self-defense and other things.
Sure. But that's if you commit aggravated assault by causing bodily injury to another person with a deadly weapon. Right.
If you, without exceptions, like.
Right. And we heard your attorney, Mr. Milligan, clearly state that taser is a deadly weapon. He was describing, after you got tased, deadly force.
Correct. It's considered, yeah.
Thank you. And you at one point were a use of force instructor, is that right?
Right.
So you'd be familiar with the Monadnock baton chart as part of the use of force training? Can we bring up exhibit 21, slide 126, please? Can we turn it so that it's, if you look down there, there's a, yeah. And then if you type in that thing right there, if you put 126, I think you get there faster. Okay. This is the Monadnock baton chart.
Correct.
And this talks about striking areas, and you see they're red, they're yellow, they're green.
Correct.
And the red areas are areas where high risk to create permanent or lasting injury to a person.
Correct.
You see how the entire head is red.
Correct.
So as far as when you train use of force, your training is don't hit him in the head.
True. unless it's,
But you did, didn't you? You hit him in the face.
Correct.
A red area.
Correct.
With a hard plastic weapon.
Correct.
You can turn the lights back on. This point in the video, we watch it, Mr. Stessel rolls onto his stomach, right?
Correct.
And you're on top of him.
Correct.
And Mr. McKendrick, I'm gonna keep calling him McKendrick, has control of his other side. He's kneeling on his leg. Is that right?
I'd have to, I'm not sure if I would consider it control. I think he's been on his gloves and that.
He took a while to put on his gloves. Would you agree?
Correct.
Kind of leisurely.
Correct.
Not really what you want in a backup officer. But while he's leisurely putting on his gloves, this is when you punch Stessel in the back of the head, don't you? You punch him twice in the back of the head, is that right?
Correct.
And you punch him 2 times in the back.
Correct.
And you don't even wait for compliance before hitting him again, do you?
I'll give him time to comply.
How many seconds did you think you gave him to comply before you struck him the second time?
I think at any time he gets it stop resisting.
And you would agree with me again, the use of force is that officers must constantly reassess the totality of circumstances in any encounter where force is necessary to gain compliance from an individual.
Correct.
And you would agree, if you didn't give him time to comply between punches, that would violate this requirement to reassess.
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends. Say not necessarily.
And you would agree that use of force policy indicates that even as a use of force encounter is happening, de-escalation must be reevaluated so that if the level of resistance offered by the subject goes down, shows should the officer's response. That's right out of the policy, isn't it?
Right.
But you weren't stopping to reassess whether or not you could de-escalate this situation where he's now prone on his stomach, can't attack.
Oh, he could attack. He could roll over and start him for a third time or.
But at this point, you have control over one side, McKendrick's on his other side. Rolling isn't something he's going to do easily, correct?
Oh, he could be, so that's why.
But more to the point, he's not rolling. And you're punching him in the back.
I keep on saying roll over, roll back over.
So-
You can see his shoulder coming up. But
So wait, now you want him to roll over?
no, I want him to roll back over because his shoulder's coming up like that. Like he's attempting to do this.
And you're punching him because you were angry, weren't you?
No.
You could hear it in your voice and the video, don't you?
No.
And as you were repeatedly punching him in the head and the back, he was crying out in pain, wasn't he?
I don't know.
And you would agree that you caused him bodily injury that day to his face and his head?
Correct.
In fact, would you say that you caused him serious bodily injury insofar as you fractured parts of his bones?
Correct.
You punched him hard enough that his face struck the pavement several times, didn't it?
I don't know. But
Did you watch the trailhead
yeah,
video?
it wasn't a real clear video. I'm not sure if it's hit, came close to hit it or actually hit it. But
Can we bring up Exhibit 8B? We won't watch the whole thing. We'll just watch. Turn the lights up before I can get the thing. Can you get us to the 16-second mark? We'll watch till the 22 seconds. Okay. You see his head bounce off the
yeah,
pavement?
the first shot definitely could see that it's anticipated. The second shot, it's not, still not there.
Okay. And then even after you punched him 4 times, twice in the head, twice in the back, you tased him again.
Correct.
Placed it at the base of his spine.
Correct.
And this is the drive stun that you're talking about.
Correct.
And at this point, McKendrick finally finished up fastening his gloves, putting them on, and was able to assist you. After you tased him this 3rd time,
I think so. Correct.
and he gained control of Stessel's right arm. in the right side of his body, is that right?
I believe so.
And he did that without punching him?
Correct. I think at that point, that's what I.
Well, let's not speculate as to what Stezel's thinking. shall
Oh,
we?
I did say thank you.
I know,
Those actions.
you were. And Stezel at this point is placed at handcuffs by McKendrick?
Correct.
At this point, he'd stopped fighting.
Correct.
And then McKendrick saunters back to his cruiser for leg irons, is that right?
Correct.
At this point, Mr. Stezel is still on his stomach, prone, face down, in handcuffs, right?
Correct.
You're kneeling on it, aren't you?
I believe so. Correct. I
And
have
you,
one knee on him. Correct.
and you remain kneeling on him for an extended period of time, don't you?
I don't think I'm putting weight on him, though. I think my knees resting on him. That's what we're trying to do when you have someone in the shoulder lock position, in that position, but correct.
You bring up exhibit 25 for me, please. This was a picture taken by the Caledonian Record reporter, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is you leaning over him. See
Yeah.
your upper torso is essentially over the body.
Right.
So your weight at that point, the majority of your weight is over Mr. Stezel.
Yeah.
And you see your knee on his back.
I see my knee on his back. Correct.
So you're putting weight on it.
So maybe correct. There's weight on him.
And you were doing that long enough that the reporter from the Caledonian Record could show up and take that picture, right?
Correct.
Okay, we can take. And while McKendrick is looking for his leg irons in the glove box, Mr. Stezel asks you, please get off my back, doesn't he?
Correct.
And your response was, quote, fuck you, you already tased me, isn't it?
Correct.
You were angry at that point too, weren't you?
That was it. I think probably angry. Yeah.
So at this point, you're kneeling on him because you were angry.
Negative.
And you continued to kneel on his back after he'd stopped fighting. He was secured in handcuffs because you were angry.
Negative.
Now, St. Johnsbury has a policy about response to resistance. Is that right?
Right.
And part of that policy discusses positional asphyxia. Is that correct?
Right.
And that policy says, and I'm going to quote from the policy, this agency prohibits prolonged face down prone restraint, doesn't it?
Correct.
So the kind of face down prone restraint we saw in exhibit 25 just a moment ago, that's discouraged, period, but it's prohibited to be prolonged, right?
Prolonged. Correct.
And yet, despite Stezel being in handcuffs and leg irons, you continue to kneel on him even after that.
After leg irons?
Yes.
Correct. Believe so.
And long enough for other officers to arrive.
Right.
Long enough for a reporter from the local paper to arrive.
Right.
Long enough, you left him prone, face down in that position, long enough for that reporter to take the photo we just saw.
Right.
So that would violate the policy prohibiting face down prone restraint. Would you agree?
Prolonged? Possibly.
You didn't shift him from the face down prone restraint until you go to search his pockets. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's when you step on his leg.
Right.
You cause him more pain.
Right.
And for the first time, you apologize.
Right. That was accidental.
Now, St. Johnsbury follows the model policy for conducted electrical weapons, like the taser, doesn't it?
Correct.
And in order to carry one, you have to be trained with the taser.
Correct.
And you have to review and sign that policy. Is that right?
Right.
And that policy requires that when it is safe to do so, law enforcement should display and provide a warning before deploying.
When possible. Right.
When it is safe to do so. You did not display your taser and provide a warning before shooting him in the chest, did you?
He already taken it from me. That I guess it's kind of displayed when he took it from me. But yeah, correct.
It also discourages deploying more than one taser or conductive energy weapon, electrical weapon on the same subject, isn't that correct?
When possible, correct.
And yet you ordered McKendrick to shoot Mr. Stezel with his taser, knowing that you'd already tased him.
Correct.
You didn't follow that portion of the policy either.
Objection already been put.
Did you follow the policy regarding deploying more than one?
It's not a policy that you can't deploy more than one, but when possible, you should refrain. So,
You didn't refrain.
because it wasn't possible in this situation.
You would agree that conducted electrical weapon policy also requires that you call for emergency medical services.
Right.
Under a number of categories.
Right.
Some of those categories include if a person suffers an obvious injury, right?
Correct.
Or if a person has been subjected to 3 or more deployments or continuous deployment exceeding 50 seconds, right?
Right.
Or if they've been subjected to a deployment in their chest.
Right.
All 3 of those particular conditions apply to Mr. Stezel, didn't they?
Correct.
And yet you didn't call for emergency medical services, did you?
I don't want, correct.
And in fact, McKendrick did, but only after Captain Gray told him to. Saw that in the video. So you were the investigating officer.
Correct.
This was your scene.
Correct.
But you didn't call for it.
Right.
Even though you were the one that deployed
Correct.
at least 2 out of the 3. So once again, you didn't follow policy regarding conducted electrical weapons,
And the medical was called on scene.
but not until you were told to do so by a superior officer.
He was going to get medical treatment. He wouldn't bless seen without medical treatment, regardless.
Talking a little bit more about use of force, can we bring up Exhibit 1, page 6? Roll it down so we can see A through E, thank you. If you could make that a little bit larger, there we go. All right. So this talks about determining whether a particular use of force is objectively reasonable. It talks about things that you must consider. You can see those?
Right.
What's the very first one?
Serious offense of officer believes subject involved in.
So at this point, that you initiate your use of force, you drag him to the ground. The only thing that you've got is a jaywalk ticket.
And him reaching for the backpack after fleeing, correct.
Keep putting that in, but that's not in your affidavit of probable cause, is it?
Nope, I wasn't going to charge him with reaching for a backpack.
Because that's not a crime, is it?
No.
No. So the only thing you've got that you can actually talk about that's a crime is jaywalking. Right?
Jaywalking's not a crime, it's a civil offense.
Right. That was my next point. Thank you. It's a $59 ticket.
Correct.
And you've reviewed the transcripts of the interviews that Captain Gray, Chief Pierce had with Detective Sergeant Baker as part of your review of this case. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And you saw what they had to say about this ticket,
Correct.
that they likely wouldn't have done anything about this.
Correct.
And those are both officers with more experience on the job than you have. They're your superior officers.
Correct.
You can bring the lights back up again. Now, as part of your interview with Detective Sergeant Baker, you opined that Mr. Stezel has some martial arts skill. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's based on your own experience with martial arts?
Correct.
You're a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu guy?
I'm also a trained ground fighting instructor by the Criminal Justice Training Council. as well.
My understanding of most martial arts, I think Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu includes these, is that they have rankings of experience. They start with their belts, like you start with a white belt, you move towards a black belt.
Oh, in jiu-jitsu and grappling, they don't do a belt system.
Okay. Is there any form of ranking that would tell us your level of expertise or experience in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
And grappling, my instructor certificate by the Training Council.
Well, I hear your ground training. I'm curious about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu specifically.
No, I don't have a belt.
But, I mean, I just share a little bit about myself. I took Kempo karate for like 18 whole months and I got up to orange belt. I would never consider myself an expert in Kempo karate. I'm sure I couldn't tell you one kick from another today. So I'm wondering if you can explain to us what your level of experience and expertise is in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu such that you can recognize martial arts techniques as you're seeing.
Sure. Yes.
So tell me your experience.
So these techniques I'm seeing are the techniques taught to us.
I'm sorry, I'm not explaining my question very well.
Yes,
At this point, what I'm asking you is to tell us your experience with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. How many years did you train in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Off and on. I was in the military. We used to they had jiu-jitsu classes. It wasn't a belt ranking system. They did you come in on the first one I did was my last deployment. That's not the first time I trained it. We also did ground fighting, but my last deployment, I think it was every Thursday. They had classes in the gym. That's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but we didn't use a belt system. I also trained a little bit at Kaze Dojo, which is a jiu-jitsu dojo over in Lancaster, New Hampshire. And
how many years did you do that?
Say mostly a year there.
So a year at Lancaster.
Yeah.
Time while you were in the military.
And training
off and on, and then what the Vermont Police Academy and the Criminal Justice Council teaches regarding ground fighting.
And the ground fighting instructor course.
Correct. And it's from this that when you spoke to Detective Sergeant Baker, that you opined that he had martial arts skills.
Right.
And you were specific when you talked to Detective Sergeant Baker that this was Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu martial arts techniques that you were observing.
Ground fighting, which is based on grappling, which is mostly based on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
And you actually identified certain techniques and named them, like a butterfly defense.
A guard.
Guard,
Yeah.
Half butterfly guard.
Right.
Something called the iron chipmunk.
It's actually the iron squirrel. I misspoke there. Yeah, but it's often referred to. I mean, that's the iron squirrel. There's a good video on YouTube about it. That's how to knock the squash when you're in side position, but
okay,
that's what it's referred to.
Have you had a chance before today to review the narrative you put in your use of force report?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that you never included any information about martial arts training on the part of Mr. Stesel in your use of force report?
Correct.
The use of force report, so that we're clear, this is the report and the narrative that you create, that you identify each use of force that you used against a subject and you justify those.
Correct.
So it would be important to put anything that would justify your use of force in that report, right?
Right.
And you wrote that in hours after, not days, but hours after this incident. So it was fresh in your mind?
Right.
As well as all of your conclusions, observations, opinions, all of that will be fresh in your mind as well.
Correct.
And yet, in your use of force report narrative, you do not describe any advanced martial arts techniques or any martial arts techniques by Mr. Stesel. They're just not, it's not in there, is it?
And I just for my narrative.
And it's
pasted it there. Correct.
And it's also not in your affidavit of probable cause, wherein you asked the state's attorney to charge Mr. Stesel with assault on a police officer, right?
Correct.
Again, assaulting on a police officer, you're talking about a violent action against you as a police officer.
Correct.
And you have been trained to put all relevant information regarding that offense into your affidavit of probable cause, haven't you?
Correct.
And you didn't include that either.
Correct.
In speaking with Detective Sergeant Baker, she mentions that there was a witness to to this incident, right?
Correct.
And you saw on the trailhead camera that we watched, exhibit A and B, you could see the person.
From the videos.
Yes. And you would agree with me in your interview with Detective Sergeant Baker, you indicated you identified that person, correct?
I thought I had at that point, correct, during the interview.
You were in your interview with Detective Sergeant Baker, you were positive that you had. So,
No, I
Right.
wasn't positive. I said I thought so, but I thought it was someone totally different. I thought it was Michael Farnsworth at the time.
okay, but when you talked to Detective Sergeant Baker, you thought you to the detective said that yes, you identified that person. Didn't you?
I said I believed it was someone who would lead me down early, but I wasn't sure. I did say positive. I think let's take it after. Especially, I think it'll be the last sentence where I said I wasn't sure, but
You said you saw him after this incident.
I saw him. Well, I believe it
And
might
you
be
said-
that person.
Yes, yeah. I was driving my car down Main Street. He flagged me over to say hi, come talk to me. I know about other cases and stuff. Mentioned that he was there, right?
Correct. That's why I thought it was him.
Okay. And it was in this conversation with Detective Sergeant Baker that you tell her first that you didn't give him any details about the incident. But then later in that same conversation with Detective Sergeant Baker, she asks, did you talk to him about the jujitsu moves? And you say, I don't recall if I did or not. Okay, is it possible you might have? And you said, I think so. It's possible.
Correct. And this is Michael Farnsworth I'm referring to.
Right. But when you talked to Detective Sergeant Baker, you didn't say Michael Farnsworth.
But I indicated past interaction where he had broken windows when I talked to her, which identifies as Michael Farnsworth.
Okay. But the first time we're hearing about Michael Farnsworth is today at this hearing.
Correct.
Some 2 years after, almost 2 years after you got interviewed by Detective Sergeant Baker. Just a moment, Mr. Johnson. I think I'm circling around before it's done. So Johnson, I have no further questions for you. I suspect Mr. Miller will have some.
So,
Yes, sir. You tell me, sirs, when the break typically is it noon or 1 or?
have to consult with our logistical staff.
I'm wondering if you prefer-
Stay here.
Food is here, it's actually right across the hallway here.
Okay.
I defer to you. I'm too anxious to eat, but if you're hungry, let's take a break.
Well, I'm hungry. Other people might be. It might make sense to have it and not break it up and get antsy. So we'll give you the full time that you need. So we'll take 30 minutes. We'll be
30
back here
minutes.
in 30 minutes and no more. Putting Colonel Scott in charge. We're good? Okay, just attention to those online. We've reconvened. Be moving to the cross-examination.
Thank you. Sergeant Johnson, good afternoon. During direct examination, you discussed your background a little bit. I'd like to understand it a little better. Where'd you grow up?
Wakefield, New Hampshire,
And where do you live now?
Lunenburg, Vermont.
How far from Whitefield is Lunenburg?
Half an hour about,
Have you always lived in that area?
except for my years in the military,
How long were you in the military?
20 years.
And how long were you in active service as opposed to reserve status?
Active duty, I was in active duty for 11 years.
And then you mentioned 20 though. What's the rest?
National Guard, Vermont National Guard,
And when you were on active duty, what branch of the military?
U.S. Army Infantry.
Infantry. Earlier you were asked questions about your training in jujitsu and ground fighting, and I heard you say some things about your infantry training or your training at the Army. Teach us a bit more about that.
Yeah, so in the military, we, especially infantry and combat troops, we also do hand-to-hand combat training, ground fighting. When I first joined back in the 98, it wasn't so much Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. That stuff came in the later years and stuff.
If I could just pause you because you know that you have a unique way of speaking, right?
Yep,
And sometimes, is it fair to say you stutter?
a little bit, yeah.
And you're familiar with the interview of Chief Pierce, which is in evidence in this case, where he describes you as a in his head, searching for words kind of guy, right?
Yes,
Is that you all the time, Sergeant Johnson?
a lot of the time, yes,
Okay, if I put your wife up here, would she be telling us that you talk like this a lot?
yes.
Okay, so I need you to speak a little more clearly because you said something about Gracie, but I didn't quite get it.
Yeah, so initially when I joined the Army, that was back in 1998, and the Army combatives are totally different back then. But in later years, they did introduce grappling and jujitsu into normal combat training.
And how do you know they did that in the later years?
Because that's when our training changed.
Okay,
Yeah.
and when you say our training changed, are you
Military.
talking about at a base or somewhere else?
I think it was military wide. They started transitioning to they had this thing that was called train the trainer. I can't think of exact word. Sorry.
Did your training in ground fighting to include jujitsu end when you left the Army?
Correct.
Well, did you ever pursue any additional training in ground fighting?
I did.
Where?
I attended Kaze Dojo over in Lancaster, New Hampshire. And also I've been attended the Vermont Criminal Justice Training Council. They had a ground fighting instructor course.
Well, that was after you took level 3 training, right?
Yep.
And does level 3 training include any ground combat training?
Level 3, I mean, they do control and restraint, and there's a lot of stuff that goes into that, but not specifically really a deep dive as far as like a ground fighting instructor course goes.
Well, you mentioned this ground fighting instructor course. Where was that located?
Right, well, not this building, but the building over there,
And it's conducted by the Vermont Criminal Justice Council?
correct,
And does it authorize you to teach others how to use
correct.
ground fighting
It's an
techniques?
instructor course too.
So is there a prerequisite to taking that course, like intro to ground fighting or?
No, I think the one of the prerequisites is, I'm not 100% sure, but I thought there was something to do with having to be a use of force instructor for my years first. I'd have to look it up to see. I took that back in 2017, so.
2017 was when you took which one?
The ground fighting
The
one,
ground fighting. How long have you been a certified use of force instructor by the Vermont?
since 2013.
Since 2013. How long have you been an officer for that when you pursued that?
So a full-time officer, a little bit over a year. But I had been a part-time officer for like a year and a half before
So is
that.
it fair to say that throughout most of your career, you have focused on the appropriate use of force as part of your additional training, not required by your basic job description?
Correct.
And in addition to, does that include you teaching an annual course in St. Johnsbury?
Correct.
And what else does it include?
So,
You have to continue to train yourself on the topic?
I don't think there's any like specific, you have to train yourself, but it's highly recommended that you stay, get as much, I'm at a loss for words, but yeah, it's
Okay. Training is
Yeah.
possible?
Yep.
Is that fair? Okay. Talking a lot about May 10th today, aren't we?
Yes.
What was your plan for May 10th when you started the day?
My initial plan was to stay in the office and do paperwork.
And why didn't you?
I believe I was called out. I don't fully recall what the call was, but my plan was I was going to stay in the office. I had cases that I had to get done. But I think it was a call to Waits Market, but I'm not 100% sure. It might have been a shoplifter or trespassing call.
So at some point around 5 o'clock that day, you were called out of the precinct for a call.
Yeah.
The things cops do, respond to a 911 or help somebody in some way.
Yep.
And on your way back, you traveled south on Bay Street.
Correct.
And when you were traveling south on Bay Street, you observed somebody at the pavilion, right?
Correct.
To be fair, the pavilion is a publicly accessible area, right?
Correct.
But it's also fair to call it a high crime area,
Correct.
right? How many people have you arrested in and about that area?
Oh, a bunch. I mean, I've taken a lot of fentanyl off. One I made arrest down there, and there was like, I don't know how many bags of fentanyl, but I want to say close to 50 off the kid and some crack. I also stopped a guy, probably stone throw away from there. He had a heavy, I forgot how much the weight of cocaine was, but he also had a handgun in his vehicle. That whole area.
Those are all experiences you had before May 10th, 2024?
Yeah.
And so as you approached the area and you saw an individual there, what was going through your head?
Well, when I first saw him, I thought he was just another person in the area, but then I saw him, it was almost like, I think he might have saw me and he moved to the area of the pavilion where I couldn't see him anymore. So then I drove around to the other side of the pavilion and he took off that way.
And Sergeant Johnson, you put in your original chart, you were asked a lot about your original charging affidavit, right? You put in that original affidavit and you mentioned to Detective Sergeant Baker that he was ducking behind pillars.
Yes.
And that caused you to have some additional interest in him, right?
Correct.
And
the leading agent questions.
this is cross-examination.
Cross-examination of an adverse witness, so it's actually.
No, I did not stipulate that he was an adverse witness. I said I would not object to you asking leading questions. But irrespective of that, this is cross-examination. This is your witness.
Yeah, I mean, you did opt to call him in your case in chief and it's cross-examination. However, certainly if there's additional concerns of the question beyond just your leading, certainly take them up, but
I'll withdraw.
So returning to my question, you recognized him ducking behind pillars.
Correct.
As a topic of concern for you, right? And then you say he left the area. Where did he go?
Yeah, then we began traveling north on Bay
You
Street.
say north on Bay Street. Is that the opposite way that you were originally driving? Like
Yes.
so to speak?
Yep.
What did you do in response?
I backed out and then started traveling the same direction he was going.
And then what happened?
Right when I was about to be up with him, catch up with him, he then cut back that way back towards the pavilion area. And then he crossed the road in front of me, not using the crosswalk and walking diagonal across the intersection.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to stop there and I'm going to ask you to play Exhibit 22. Okay, that's the trailer cam, right? All my numbers got, no, sorry. We used his numbers, so I'm a little backwards. The trailhead camera, I think it's Exhibit 8. The GA is the part. Yeah. This is a clip from 8A. Is this roughly what you recall seeing that day?
Right.
Fair to say this isn't the angle you saw it from. You were in a cruiser at street level, right?
Right.
But you saw that man walking next to that sidewalk, right?
Right.
And you thought that constituted jaywalking.
Right.
You remember Sergeant Detective Baker had questions for you on this topic, right?
Right.
And no thanks. I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I should have directed that to you. Thanks for stopping that if you can. Thanks. You concluded that was jaywalking.
I did. Right.
And you concluded that was a civil violation for which you wanted to gather his name and perhaps cite him. Right. And Detective Sergeant Baker asked you a lot of questions about this. She pointed out you've written over 2,200 tickets in your 14-year career, right?
Right.
But you don't write a lot of citations for jaywalking.
Right.
So you cited 1052C, didn't you?
I did.
And I think you recall from direct examination, there wasn't a mention of any traffic signals required by 1052C, right?
Right.
So you cited the wrong section of this,
Right.
of the rule, right? But in that moment, the diagonal crossing is something that you recognized and perceived to be jaywalk, right? And you didn't make this up months later. You said it to him when he asked you why you pulled him over, right?
Right.
That's not all you said, is it?
No.
You also said, and the way you tried to avoid me back there, right?
Right.
What was the significance of the way he tried to avoid you back there?
I mean, it was obviously trying to hide from law enforcement at that point.
And do you base that on his, by then you'd seen him ducking behind the pillars at the pavilion,
Right.
correct? And when you pulled in, he left the area heading north, correct?
Right.
And when you traveled behind him, he switched directions to head south,
Right.
correct? And you'd seen that plus the jaywalking before you asked him the first question, right?
Right.
What is the video? Exhibit 5? The body cam, his body. Whatever that is, Lucas King start there.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Do you want to start with a specific?
I
time?
would start at the beginning if you can. So when you, please hit play. When you say you're heading north, is this you heading north?
It is.
Okay. When you say you reverse direction after he did, is this that?
Right.
We see you turning the wheel, right?
Yep.
Are you heading south again now?
Correct.
Can you pause it? Is this roughly the time you were witnessing what we just saw on the trailhead cam, him walking outside of the crosswalk?
Correct.
Thanks. Pause it. Jeff. Thanks. We just now hear audio. Why didn't we hear it before?
So this is when I activate my camera. The camera is always recording. So like, before you activate it, it's going to show the 30 seconds prior to you actually activating your body-worn camera.
But it's not constantly recording audio, right?
Right.
And so that's what takes a moment. It begins recording the audio the moment you hit it.
Yep.
But when the file is saved, the previous 30 seconds of video are attached.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So it's going to take some next.
Excuse me, what's your name? What's your, Taylor what?
Can you pause it there? You recall that Sergeant Detective Baker, she investigated this case. She actually filled out a probable cause affidavit, didn't she?
Right.
And in her report, she attributes one of the first things you say as "don't fucking move," doesn't she?
Right.
What's the actual first thing you said?
Excuse me. What's your name?
And why did you ask that?
Well, I know how to address them.
And what were you investigating in that moment?
The drug activity and the crosswalk.
And when you say drug activity, let's acknowledge this is thin, right?
Right.
High crime drug area, right?
Yeah.
And his evasion.
Correct.
Right. Do you receive training in the concept of a Terry stop when you're learning to be in law enforcement?
Right.
And do you likewise throughout your career perform arrests that may or may not be challenged based on whether you had reasonable suspicion when they started?
Right.
So did you feel then that you were familiar with the standard of reasonable suspicion?
Right.
And so was it significant to you that the gentleman left the area upon your arrival and that area was high crime?
Correct.
And your specific experience with that area is high crime related to drugs, correct?
Correct.
Is there anything he does say over the next 2 or 3 minutes that suggests to you he thinks this is about drugs too?
So specifically, immediately after there's the incident where wrestling, immediately after he removes his bag from himself, he says, "I don't have anything."
And you hadn't asked him if he had anything, had you?
Correct.
There's no questions you asked that aren't on the video cameras that we hear, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Can you hit play?
Taylor what? Taylor Hay. How do you spell that?
Why? What's going on?
You didn't use the crosswalk there, and the way you tried to avoid me, I think.
The crosswalk?
Yeah,
I'm not in the car. I'm walking.
No, you guys still use the crosswalk even if you're walking.
He just asked you something to the effect of, I don't have to use the crosswalk, I'm not in a car, right? Does that make sense to you?
Not at all.
Why not?
Because you can only jaywalk if you're walking.
Now, are you familiar with the use of force policies, de-escalation and question? And you were actually shown a piece of that policy earlier today,
Correct.
but de-escalation techniques, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me that at some point it says you should let the subject know the purpose of your inquiry as early as possible, right? And this is before you've ever even gotten out of your car. You tell him the two bases for which you intend to stop him. Is that right?
Right.
Jaywalking and his avoidance of you in the high crime area.
Right.
Now, there was some suggestion that you left things out of your report and that some of your explanations for that day may have been something that you described thereafter. You said that to him in this moment, right? This is the audio from that moment. It played.
Yeah, at the end of it. No, I want you to stop here.
Can you pause it? Now, I want to ask you some questions about what you understand just happened. You told him to stop, didn't you?
I did.
And what would you consider that? Arrest or detention?
Lawful detention.
And why were you detaining him at that point?
So I have the civil violation of the crosswalk, and I also have the suspicious activity at that point.
Is there any significance to the fact that you still don't have his name in a way that you could look it up?
Correct. Also, the fact that when I asked him his name, he didn't spell it at that point either. Or
well, you said that earlier. The truth is he didn't finish it spelling it before he abandoned answering your question to ask you a question, right? He said, "Why are you doing this?" Right?
Correct.
And you didn't press him on spelling of the name. Instead, you explained to him the purpose of your stop.
Right.
You would agree with me that the rules regarding the use of force not only tell you that you should be explaining that, but you should do it in a clear, calm voice, right? Have you perceived Mr. Stelzel yelling at this point? At this point in the video, we're at 59 seconds into the video, right?
I
Of
don't
your body worn camera at Exhibit 5.
I don't think so.
You see it in the lower right?
Yep.
When you ordered him to stop, you agree that that elevates the level of detention. Now he's not free to leave, in your view, right? And all you have is the flight from the high crime area, right?
Right.
So he's at this point reversed directions twice, right? He first reversed directions going north on Bay Street, right? And then he reversed direction again as you got out of your cruiser, right?
Right.
And then he launches headlong into the road, doesn't he?
Right.
To run away from you.
Right.
This is the second time he's reversed direction.
Right.
Did you conclude anything about what he was trying to avoid or what was causing him to head in certain directions based on those two facts?
Correct.
What did you conclude?
Oh, one of my conclusions is normally when people flee when you're asking for their name or the date of birth, it's normally because they've given a fake ID or they have a warrant, which is very
calls for speculation.
Excuse me, George, Mr. Sutton, no. I would respectfully suggest that it's his training and experience that dictates how he perceives the events in that moment. And it's absolutely irrelevant whether this is.
Again, in the circumstances, speculation might be warranted. The reasonableness of the speculation probably be for the council to determine. However, the answer is appropriate, so the objection should be overruled.
I'm being reminded of my question because I forget. Oh, the direction changes. That's signal to you that he was trying to avoid you specifically, right?
Right.
You were in a marked cruiser.
Correct.
And your uniform.
Yep.
And you told him to stop.
Yep.
And you'd mentioned the civil violation you'd witnessed.
Right.
And his evasive behavior, all to him. You said those things, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me. You haven't seen disorderly conduct yet.
No.
No. Okay. Play it, please.
Being detained. Stop. You gotta get tased. You better not.
You were asked earlier about your decision to reach forward and get him. You agree with me. You put your hands on Mr. Stelzel, and we just saw it, didn't we? Is that what is described as an empty-handed control technique?
Right.
What's an empty-handed control technique?
That's grabbing, pretty much controlling someone with empty hands with no weapons in the hands or at that time.
And your hands were empty?
Right.
Right. And I noticed you're wearing gloves.
Right.
Why?
Normally we wear gloves. I think it's not unusual. I've had urine on my hands. I've had pee on my hands, urine, blood on my hands before. I remember one time I was patting down this drunk guy and my hands came back soft and wet. Also, I've gotten used to wearing gloves. I've had 3 combat deployments and it was always part of the SOP, wear gloves. And some things get ingrained with you, I guess, but yeah.
Okay. So combat and it sounds like a lot of pee.
Yeah.
But you wear your gloves a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So this wasn't specific to this day or this interaction.
No.
Okay. You were asked about immediately after this happening, and you described something about the backpack. What were you telling us about?
All right. So I think I was initial. So
In this moment.
In this moment, yeah. So at this moment, I had just grabbed him, but at this point, you can see him start swinging over his shoulder as if he's going to be accessing it. At that point, I figured he may be going for a weapon or some such instrument inside the backpack. That's why I decided to take him to the ground.
What?
Don't fucking move. Why are you doing this?
Pause it.
What are you doing?
He said, "Don't fucking move."
Yeah.
Is that professional?
Probably not the best, but I wanted to make sure he didn't move. Sometimes if you yell, they'll take it more serious and stop.
Is it fair to say you had before this moment said stop several times?
I did.
Right, and we hear that on the video.
Yep.
Now, here's a question for you, Sergeant Johnson. You've seen this body cam, but you've seen other body cams, right?
Right.
Is it so common that it's hard to hear you, but easy to hear the other person?
No, normally you hear yourself louder than the other person.
Okay. You were speaking in your normal voice when you heard when the things that we're about to observe on this video occurred?
Right.
And you know that the use of force policy suggests that you should use calm, even tone, right?
Right.
You would agree with me that saying "don't fucking move" was not your perfect choice of words.
Right.
But what you were doing was giving a verbal command, right?
Right.
Is a verbal command a de-escalation technique under the use of force policy?
It is.
And a verbal command is meant to express in a calm voice what you want the subject to do, right?
Right.
And at this point, you yelled stop many times, right?
Right.
And as he went to the ground, you changed the verbiage to "don't fucking."
Right.
I told you stop. Why are you doing this? I'm not doing anything. Why are you running? Calm down.
At this point, where are your hands?
I have one hand on his stomach, I believe, and the other hand is either on his shoulder or he grabbed my other hand. I have to think of it. I think one hand is definitely trying to pull the stomach. My other hand could be on his shoulder. Oh, my other hand.
Hit play. Well,
Yes.
I think we'll be able to solve this mystery.
Help! Help!
Pause. He's yelling help.
Right.
Is it fair to say you could hear that as loud screaming when you were there?
Right.
And it's not just a function of where the microphone is.
Yeah.
It's harder to hear your commands in this context.
Right.
Is that fair to say? To play?
Help! 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 I don't have anything.
Pause.
I don't have.
That was him yelling help. What were you doing during that time?
What's that?
What were you doing while he was screaming help?
I was trying to call for backup.
And is that your version of calling for help?
Right.
And there was a lot of questions about where your mic went after this, right?
Right.
Did you deliberately discard your microphone?
Nope.
You reached up and pushed a button so you could say something?
Correct.
Then what happened with your microphone?
It came off. Then I was talking to it like this.
Yeah. And then what happened?
I think right around this point is where he reaches up and tries to shut off my microphone,
And you perceive that with your own eyes that day?
correct.
Like,
Swear to God, dude. Stop. I don't have anything. Stop. You're being detained. Stop, dude. Stop. Stop. Sean, stop. I'm not doing anything, dude. Please stop. I'm in base 3.
pause it. Would you agree with me that several times you told him to stop in this?
Correct.
And when you say stop, you mean stop what?
Resisting.
What's resisting?
Fighting me, grabbing me, moving.
Are you familiar with the term active resistance?
Correct.
What are examples of active resistance?
Fleeing is active resistance. Grappling. Oh, no, actually, when he grabs me, that moves it up on the chart to assaultive behavior on the chart. So, yeah, at this point, he's at assaultive behavior because he has grabbed my wrist a couple of times, grabbed a hold of me. But active resisting is pulling away from an officer.
And did you perceive him pulling away at a minimum in the frames that we've just witnessed?
Correct.
Because you described your left hand as reaching down for him, right?
Yep.
Hit play.
Help! Stop, dude. Come on. I'm not doing nothing. Stop. Help! Help! Help, dude. Come on. Stop. Help. This cop's doing something. Help me. Help.
Pause.
Help.
Sergeant Johnson, he just said this cop's doing something. What were you doing?
I was trying to detain him or arrest him at that point.
And yeah, do you see those items on the ground there?
Correct. That's a pocket knife. I'm not sure what the other item is right there.
Did you later inventory these items as part of your arrest?
Correct. The pocket knife. I remember the pocket knife. So and a crack pipe that fell out of his pocket sometime during the interaction.
We're about to. We'll see those items eventually. You think on the video?
Right.
Hit play. Pause. Those are some of the items you referenced. Is that also on the far left? Your microphone speaker?
Right.
You didn't put your microphone speaker there, did you?
No.
Are you at greater risk or less risk with your microphone away from your shoulder?
I'm probably.
Is your microphone? Please answer. I shouldn't.
Sorry. Yeah. So at this point, I'm unable to. Threat at that moment.
Hit play.
Stop! Stop raping me! Stop! 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 Help! Help!
He just asked you if you were to stop raping him, right?
Right.
You weren't intentionally committing any sexual assault there, were you?
Maybe.
You mentioned a pocket knife earlier. Is that the black item we now see next to the purple item to the left of his body on the ground?
Yes.
Hit play.
Stop! Stop! I don't have anything. Stop! For what? I'm not doing nothing.
Pause. Now, I believe you just told him that he's under arrest.
Correct.
And you told him to stop.
Right.
Right. And his response was, "I don't have anything."
Right.
You haven't said you're under arrest for a drug crime. Right. Does his volunteering of that information have any impact on your assessment of whether there may be something that you'll need a warrant for?
Correct.
What?
His volunteer of the statement, I don't have anything, multiple times. There's obviously him preemptively stating, or I'm not sure what the best way to say it might.
Don't worry about the best way to say it.
So to me, it symbolizes the involuntary statement that I don't have anything, even though the subject of him having anything has not been brought up to this point. Is an indication that yes, he does have something, or is highly likely, especially when you add on top the crack pipe that flows along the high drug area and the fleeing from the police on top of that, the totality of the circumstances added to the declarations of I don't have anything, having not been asked if he had anything.
And you mentioned that at some point you also see a crack pipe on the ground, right?
Right.
Okay. You also told him he's under arrest already. What crimes had he committed?
At that point, impeding, resisting, Disorderly conduct.
I want to interrupt you there. Is active resistance as defined on the dashboard that we'll be talking more about? And I think we all know a little bit about, is active resistance the same as resisting arrest?
Correct.
And so, when active resistance includes pulling away, right? But it all, you can see right there, he's got his hand on your wrist, right?
Correct.
Is that a crime?
Yeah, I would say that's, at least disorderly conduct. In a minute, you're gonna see there's a point where he twists my hand and hurts my thumb. That's assault. Yeah, definitely grabbing an officer is definitely disorderly conduct. And being impaired, you can also have simple assault or physical menace at that point as well.
It's like,
Help!
You're under arrest.
Stop!
It's gonna get forced.
Stop!
I'm gonna use force.
Stop!
Flash chest roll over your own.
Stop! I don't have anything! I don't have... Stop, dude!
we heard you asking him to roll over several times.
Yep.
In that.
Correct.
You're under arrest. I want you to roll over. Did you believe in that moment you were speaking in a clear and calm voice?
Correct.
You do agree that you're hard to hear and he's easy to hear, right?
Correct.
And that's not typically how body worn cameras, in your experience, record audio of the speakers nearby.
Correct.
Hit play.
Please! 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 Help! Stop! Stop! Don't do it! Don't do this! Stop! Stop! Help!
Pause it.
Stop!
Now, that was a deployment of OC spray.
Correct.
How many times had you warned him about the potential that you were going to use force by then?
Sorry, count, at least more than a couple.
You agree with me that the video records your voice, subtle, but you can hear it repeatedly saying that you were going to use force.
Correct.
Hit play.
Stop it!
What was the reason?
Help!
I'm sorry, pause. What was the result of your deployment of OC spray?
Had zero effect on him, but then he immediately wiped it off with his right hand and then jabbed his thumb into my eye socket.
Do we see that in the body cam?
Nope.
Film photo. I'm going to be bringing you to it.
Exhibit 29.
Tell us what we see in this photo.
You can see the reddening of my eye and the irritation caused by in the thumb and which is covered.
And when was this photo taken?
That was taken that night.
Who took it?
I did.
It's a selfie.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Correct.
of how you looked that day?
Yes.
Is that the eye you're claiming he gouged
Yes.
with pepper spray?
Correct.
We'll see spray. Thank you. I'm done with it. You can go back to the prior exhibit. Play.
Help! Help!
What did we just see?
You saw him reach up and then grab my taser from my thing. And then as he's trying to retract it, it falls from his grasp, not placed under his butt. As was earlier.
So, Sergeant Johnson.
Yes.
Who drew your taser?
Vessel drew it.
You didn't draw your taser.
Correct.
He drew it.
Correct.
And now it's out. That's what we see on the screen, correct?
Correct.
Hit play. Stop. You just tased him in the chest. Are those the probes we can see on his left chest there?
Correct.
And how would you characterize his response to being tased?
No response.
No response? Is this the first time you've characterized his response as no response?
I know with the pepper spray as well, he had no response to.
And did you recognize the significance of that back then?
I did. Especially coupled with his hyper yelling and him not making sense a lot of the time. I thought probably there could be something on board that.
Do not object false or speculation beyond this witness's expertise.
I mean, I've asked and answered, so I don't really know how to respond, but unless you're striking the answer.
I'm asking.
So the concern is that you are now saying that you believe that he might have been under the influence of something.
Correct. Most people tase them or pepper spray them. There's some response to those two things. On this guy's been yelling the whole time and nothing's affecting him.
You were interviewed on this topic by Detective Sergeant Baker, right?
Correct.
You used a phrase called excited delirium or something like that.
Correct.
What is that?
Objection. The authorization.
It's in the VCJC training materials, and he's a certified VCJC trainer.
And greater foundation needs to be one.
Can you pull up the PowerPoint, VCJC PowerPoint? I think it's in the 2-1. Acute psychotic episode and/or excited delirium overview, right? This is in the PowerPoint deck that you've used to train people that you were furnished by Vermont Criminal Justice Council.
Right.
And it's called drug-induced violent behavior, or it mentions as one item, drug-induced violent behavior.
Right.
Right. And what is the significance of, well, I think you've testified many times, right? This was an area you've seen a lot of drug use.
Correct.
Right. And that other indicia suggested to you drug use, correct? You saw a crack pipe fall out on the ground.
Right.
Right. And let's go through some of these. Drug-induced violent behavior. Did you see any of that?
Correct.
And why did you think it was drug-induced?
Not only due to the crack pipe, but just his yelling is not making sense. Like with the crosswalk, I told him jaywalking. He said, "I'm not in a vehicle." I mean, that monitor on top of, none of the use of force things were working. There was no compliance.
Well, we'll get to that. You see there about 2/3 of the way down. It says normal tactics may not work, right?
Correct.
So, what tactics had you tried by then? You'd given verbal commands to stop, correct?
Correct.
You'd made passive inquiry just about things like his name, right?
Right.
You'd used open-handed control techniques, trying to grab him on the shoulder, right? You'd warned that you were going to use force, including pepper spray and tasers, right? You deployed pepper spray by this point, right? And you say you observed no meaningful response from him in terms of incapacitation.
Correct.
Is that the purpose of a taser?
Right.
To incapacitate them? You see the fourth bullet point down? Appearance may be bizarre, acting paranoid, or with superhuman strength. You see those?
Correct.
What about what we've seen or you saw in the video gives you inspired you to think of those things?
Well, the acting bizarre and the acting paranoid, and the superhuman strength.
Well, let's break that down. Is yelling that you're raping him something that you think would be a bizarre response?
Right.
Okay. Is yelling for help at the top of his lungs something that you found bizarre in the context?
Correct.
Because you were there, right? And you were telling him to stop.
Correct.
Right. There wasn't another person for him to yell help to, right?
Correct.
But superhuman strength, what is not responding to a taser a superhuman strength?
Possibly.
You've been tased.
Correct.
Did you respond?
Immediately.
Next one.
Yeah, I think if you do it to 2:11. Yeah, so 2-11.
This is also from that VCJC training deck, right? Am I reading it correctly when I say it is best, if possible, to take the person to the ground and then restrain them with cuffs? Roll them on this side to promote adequate or breathing adequately, right?
Right.
Attempt to control the person's legs without resorting to hog tying, right?
Correct.
And there's some other stuff related to that, right?
Right.
But the third paragraph is interesting. It says, use a CEW in stun mode may be unavailable. Is that what you observed?
Correct.
What's stun mode?
It's when you press it to their body and it's just pain compliance and an eye.
And if you use it in dark mode, it is used to create an opportunity to attempt restraint, right?
Correct.
Is that what you did?
Right.
Yeah. Okay for that. We go back to the page. Yeah, let's do that. Exhibit. Chris, you know where we landed on exhibit, the NDRA exhibit?
The medical records. Medical records is exhibit 18.
What page? Flash drive.
We can circle back to that in. Yes, on the flash. 6 seconds. Oh, yes. This is exhibit 33, an excerpt from John Stelzel's medical records, right? Right. There's nothing. And you know that if we were to look at this, we'll see, for example, there's a phrase that says there's multiple facial fractures, right?
Right.
And that's on the second paragraph that we see on this page, which is page 33 of exhibit 6. At the end of that same paragraph, it says drug screen positive for cocaine and THC, right?
Correct.
You're also familiar with Detective Sergeant Baker's interview of your superiors, including Chief Pierce, correct?
Correct.
And in the transcript, which is admitted into evidence as exhibit, one of the exhibits in this case, Chief Pierce relates that a nearby worker at the Welcome Center had suggested she believed Mr. Stelzel was highly intoxicated that morning when she observed him, right?
Correct.
We can move on from this exhibit back to the video effects. Like hip things. Actually, you can keep it paused, but keep it up while I ask a few questions. At this point, he's disarmed you. Is that a fair way to put it?
Correct.
He took the weapon from your hand, from your holster first. Is that disarmament?
Correct.
Okay. And then once you got it again, he was able to again get it from you. Right. And sir, you've been a cop at this point for 14 years.
Right.
Before that, you were in the military.
Right.
How many people have been able to disarm you?
No one.
This guy disarmed you twice in 10 seconds.
Right.
And eventually, in a moment, he's going to be on top of you, isn't he?
Right.
What, from your training on use of force, is the appropriate level of response you can do when you're disarmed? Where is that on the
That's
chart?
under response for deadly force.
Deadly force.
Right.
That's on the chart. We're going to see that later when we go through it. Okay. And that has already occurred. Is that correct?
Right.
Hey, Flynn?
Maybe approach with the network here. Do you have this video on the flash drive? 56. Is it?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
Pause. That was him disarming you and getting on top of you, right?
Correct.
Can you somehow minimize the toolbar there? Or maximize the screen? I don't know. Those are your feet with toes pointed to the sky, right?
Correct.
Who's that person that we now see on the right?
That's Officer Kendrick Johnson.
Good play. Pause. Let's do the demonstrative on the slow down. Okay. This is the trail cam, right? Fair to say this is lower than you experienced it in real time?
Right.
What are you observing right now about Mr. Stelzel's movements?
He's shrimping. He's using his hand to push so I can't get to the 90-degree with him. And in a minute you'll see a leg block.
So pause it.
Yeah.
Is that him grabbing toward your radio?
With the right hand, correct.
You were asked earlier about whether he did such a thing?
Yep.
Hit play. Is that him grabbing your leg?
Correct.
You keep pushing down his knee. Why?
So I want you to pass this guard, but
Yeah.
But he's
Tell me a little bit about what we just saw.
so you can see him shrimping to stay in line with me. Like I'm trying to rotate around his body to get to the upper side of him, but he's trying to keep me in the 12-degree mark. You can see him doing it by shrimping back, by pushing with his leg, and then you can see him bring his leg up to block me from getting side control.
Place here. This is just after you've been caged, right?
Correct.
This is him rising to his feet. Am I characterizing that fairly?
Right.
This is him cocking back the weapon that he just took from you as Officer McKendrick Johnson approaches him. Can you go to the end of the video and just leave it on the frame? Stay there. Thanks. What do you see here, Sergeant
I
Johnson?
see that's all cocking back the taser as if to strike Kendrick Johnson.
What's the significance to you of his? He's been yelling help during the entire interaction. Did you help him to his feet?
No.
Did Officer McKendrick help him to his feet?
No.
He sprung to his feet.
Right.
Am I being exaggerating when I say that? Is that what you saw?
It is.
Yes. And he's got a weapon in his hand, right?
Correct.
It's which hand?
His right hand.
Describe the position of his arm.
Cocked back.
Does that tell you anything about what's happened? What might happen next?
Correct.
What?
That he might try to hit Officer Johnson with that taser.
Okay. And where are you?
I'm on the ground.
Still on the ground.
Right.
Is this what Detective Sergeant Baker described in her affidavit as you both fell to the ground and then you got up and he went back down?
Yeah.
She doesn't mention any part of this, right? The cocking back of the fist.
Right.
Your legs, is it fair to say your legs are sort of threaded with his legs in this frame? What happens next?
He trips over my legs.
It bled? Oh, this is the end of this video. I'm sorry. Sorry, what about? Yes, one dash. Team like okay. I'm going to ask you, instead of, we've been talking about his right hand, what about his left hand right there?
Yeah.
What do you see there?
And his left hand. Yeah, I see.
Start that from the beginning, or is it still coming? Yeah, I know. Hit play. Thank you.
Left hand is out.
His left hand is reached out toward whom?
Officer Johnson.
And let's keep our eyes on his left hand for a moment, okay? Is that him reaching up toward McKendrick Johnson?
It is
Do you agree that McKendrick Johnson just recoiled and drew his own weapon?
correct.
Now, in a moment, on a different version of this than you were talked about a lot in your direct, you told him, hit him with the taser, hit him. He's already tased me.
Correct.
Why?
Because they don't want Kendrick Johnson getting too close to him. He's obviously disarmed me twice. I gouged me once. Attempted to go for a firearm at one point, and I was afraid that he ended up either taking Officer Johnson's weapon or that he killed right in on it.
And you know, as a use of force instructor, Officer Johnson also had to be assured that that use of force was necessary, right? And your immediate command to him that you'd already been struck would have given him information that would have put the appropriate assessment level from your training at deadly aggression, right? So you gave him that info, which allowed him to make his own independent choice about his use of force, right? The play? Oh, no, that's the end of this. Last one. Take one. On the Zoom links? Yeah. Can we go back to the Prime Video there? I guess you just called it mine. So at this point, Sergeant Johnson, you'd asked for his name, you'd asked him to stop, you'd commanded him to stop, right?
Right.
You chased him.
Right.
He reversed direction twice.
Right.
He left the high crime area at your arrival.
Right.
Right. When you alighted from your vehicle and told him to stop, he ran into the roadway.
Right.
Could that have been jaywalking?
Correct.
And when you went to use empty-handed control techniques, is it fair to say you were unsuccessful?
Right.
And is your training that you are permitted to use the appropriate use of force to detain a suspect despite their resistance?
Right.
And when the resistance started, it was active resistance because it was fleeing and escaping your grasp, right? And then it rose to active aggression or assaultive aggression,
Right.
when he was grabbing at your hands, grabbing at your legs.
Right.
Right. And eventually he shoots you with your own taser and gouges you in the eye.
Right.
What are those? Are those assaultive aggression?
Right.
The disarming, is that the part that brings it up to deadly aggression?
Correct.
What? Pause. To be clear, you had just tased him, right?
Right.
And in the moment after you tased him, he disarms you and springs to his feet, right?
Right.
Is that what you mean when you say that the conductive energy weapon had no impact?
Right.
Okay. And you've been tased,
Right.
Do you think it takes superhuman strength to be impervious to a taser?
Right.
Close contact taser shot?
Well, I mean, you can still move your feet if you get close contact here, but normally there's some reaction. That's just blank base, like no, it doesn't even affect them. I mean, that's superhuman.
Good play.
Stay there! Stay there! Roll over! Stop! Hit him with it. Stop! Hit him with it. He already tasted me. Stop it!
Pause. What just happened?
So Officer Johnson had chased him at that point. He had muscled on or grabbed onto my left hand, and having already disarmed me twice, was now pulling me towards him. And
What's the significance of him pulling you toward him?
So it's one of the things like we get trained on at the police academy here. It's like weapon retention. At the minute after someone attempts to disarm you, you're supposed to go a great distance, break the contact, and draw your gun, because the showing of him disarming you means that it is elevated to deadly force. His next movement of aggression should be bet with deadly force, because he's going to try to disarm you again. Is or not. That's why after a failed disarming attempt, we draw the weapon next. We don't keep the weapon in the holster. We create space and draw the weapon because the next act of that person is on the level of deadly force. Should they?
Is somewhere you're talking about the reactionary gap?
Yes.
What's the reactionary gap?
Well, 3 to 5 feet. I'm going to be entering into this 3 to 5 feet gap. And reactionary gap is the gap where the person, they say the hands are quicker than the eyes. Meaning, like, if I'm outside the reaction to put them in handcuffs or to play hands on, I'm going to have to enter into that gap. And once you're in that gap, that means the suspect can act before you can do anything to counter. Meaning, like, if I'm inside that gap with you, let's say you swing on me or attack me in any way, I got to recognize the attack. I got to then decide in my head what I'm going to do about that attack. And then I got to tell my muscles to move to counter that attack. Where this guy, we had already seen a blink of an eye, he's been able to disarm me twice. And I'm going to have to go into that reactionary gap.
You were in the reactionary gap this whole time, right?
Yep.
One of the things you're afraid of in the reactionary gap is things like being disarmed.
Right.
And you've been disarmed. The tools you had available to you to continue to use force to get compliance. You use your conductive energy weapon, right? Ineffectively. Is that fair to say?
Correct. And then he used it against me.
Yeah. And you use pepper spray.
Yep. And then he used that against me. Ineffective.
What's the in the use of force training, what's the very next most serious weapon after conductive energy weapon and OC spray?
The firearm.
Is it baton?
Correct.
What? Do St. Johnsbury police carry a baton?
At this time, I don't think any officers were carrying a baton.
You weren't carrying a baton.
Yep, right. I think there was a time several years ago where some officers carried batons.
Carried batons.
At this time, no,
But you didn't have one at this time, right?
negative.
And you agree with me that the use of force policy outlines OC spray, conductive energy weapon, and then the baton as the next escalation, right? And you don't have one. Is there anything in the use of force policy that suggests you can use improvised devices? And so what did you use as an improvised device?
My taser.
What is your taser made of?
Plastic.
What is a baton made of?
Metal.
Let's go through some of your target considerations respective to a baton. Injury potential is generally less with MDTS than with a baton. What's MDTS?
Oh, the non defensive training, non defensive training system.
Okay. So in other words, it's telling you
Tactics system.
try the other things before you try this, right?
No.
Is that empty-handed control technique? Right. Injuries to joints can be as high or higher with some MDTS skills, such as a front kick, right?
Correct.
Were you able to front kick this gentleman?
But I did not.
Baton concentrates force and is hard and unforgiving. That's true, right?
Correct.
You must target areas that are effective and available, right?
Correct.
What areas did you perceive as available in this moment?
Mostly, his head at that point. I don't think any body shots were that effective as he was able to shrug off everything else.
You shot him with a taser in the chest, no effect.
Yep.
Right? And you've been trying to reach your own hands into that.
Correct.
It's less offensive use of force on his torso, right?
Yep.
Ineffective?
Correct.
The next one is when using a baton, strike as hard as you can every time.
Right.
Why?
Because you want it to be effective. I mean, there's this video like I used to show in defensive tactics, where this female officer is hitting a guy with a baton, and she doesn't hit full force. So she ends up having to strike this guy like 20 times because she's not using full force, where the full force shot would have been enough to stop the individual, but without using a full force. I showed.
Batons are never used for distraction strikes. What's a distraction strike?
Just something to distract them.
Would it be fair to characterize Officer McKendrick Johnson's deployment of his taser as distracting Mr. Stelzel before you hit him with the baton?
Correct.
And it says strike the least amount of times possible to get results, right? How many times did you strike him with a baton?
Well,
with an improvised baton?
once.
Once. Then what did you do with it?
I think it fell from my hand when I struck him.
Can we go to the use of force action? Shortly after you used the impact device, you'll remember from the video, you also used close-handed strikes.
Right.
Why?
To make sure, because he was still actively resisting.
Why? How is he actively resisting?
He's pushing with his left side. You can see him trying to roll back into that same guard position, the same position that he was in when he got me. Same position he was in when he took my taser the first time. Same position he was in when he took my taser the second time. Same position he was in when he tased. So he was actively trying. I didn't want that to happen at all.
You know, video now. Yeah. I want to talk to you a little bit about what you just mentioned, the guard position. Okay. What's the guard position?
The guard position is on your back with your feet up and try and keep this person to your front. When I first, started grappling stuff, I was a very light person by my standards and stuff. Like
you said light?
Yeah,
like by weight, by mass.
Weight, compared to the guys I'm grappling against. So I automatically hold guard on people because I could. The guard position is made so a smaller man can last against a bigger foe. You're on your back, and you can control the distance between you and them, and you can create this like here at the academy. They teach this punch. It's called punch block series. There's punch block series 1, punch block series 2, and you go on. And it's for when you fall to your back, you pull guard. If someone's on top of you, and you push them off of your feet, push them off of your knees, and throughout the whole time that I'm wrestling, that's what he's doing this. Also, in the guard position, you shrimp, which is you put one foot back and you scoot yourself back. This is not normally seen in average fight. Normally when people are practicing the grappling or jujitsu, do this maneuver, and you'll see it clearly. Stencil's doing this the whole time, and also the grip wrestling from guard position.
So what is grip wrestling from guard position?
So one of the keys when grappling, you want to get a grip on someone, and the minute someone grips onto you, your clothes or your gi, or if you're grappling no gi, they take and they grip that hand and they break grip, so you're unable to control the person.
Is it fair to say we see you multiple times in the video reaching your hands toward Mr. Stelzel in an attempt to get a grip?
Right.
Is it also fair to say that almost every time your hand is batted away?
Correct.
Is that what you mean?
Correct.
Okay. What are we about to see?
I believe you're going to see someone pulling guard in this video and doing all those things I mentioned to you.
So to be clear, I actually thought about trying to demonstrate this for you, but I won't embarrass myself. But to be in the guard position, you're on your back.
Yeah.
Right? One hand is in the air.
Right.
Right? What else do you reckon? What else would tell you someone's in a guard position?
Normally, so you have one feet up, 1 foot to shrimp. You put 1 foot near your butt, and then you scoop. But you want to have your feet up. That way you can push off against the people. And then as you move from side, shrimp back.
Okay. Hey, Glenn?
Just like in fighting, there's a stances that we'll use. So to me, if I drop my right leg down, left leg up, I am now on my right hip socket only, right? My left foot's on the mat, right hand's on the mat, and now my left hand is up. This is like a seated guard approach where I have like a left leg lead, right?
So in this daily,
in my mind,
you hear him say seated guard though.
Is that because he's sitting up?
Yeah, but there's also the full guard position where you're on your back. That's why he specified seated guard.
We're also now seeing an inlaid video from your body camera, right?
Right.
Hey, Glenn?
my left foot and my right hand are now like my base or my feet, and my left hand and my right foot are my like tools. My hands.
Did you just see your video, your body cam video?
Right.
While he's describing that your right foot is off the ground, do you see his foot off the ground?
Right.
Is that what you perceive as a guard position?
Right.
And what's the kicking part? Is that part of the guard or is that a different?
Correct.
feature
Well,
of it?
yeah, it's a different feature you do from the guard to keep the person away and
But-
to create space.
more standing up. I've got two hands, my feet on the ground. On the ground is like, now my left foot is my base, my right hand is my base. And now my left hand can defend, my right hand can defend as well. Now, if Leanne starts moving around, it's very easy for me to stay with him because I have more mobility on my hip. If he comes really far over here, I can even switch my stance to defending this.
So he mentioned that he's able to pivot around and switch his hands to defend it. Is that what we also saw in the body camera video?
Right.
Is that what you perceived?
Correct.
So you mentioned that he'll bring his feet, a person would bring their feet to their butt to be able to move and position themselves, right?
Right.
Is what we see here, Mr. Stelzel's head coming into frame?
Correct.
He's moving from right to left on our screen?
Right.
You're not dragging him right there, are you?
Right.
He's moving by propelling himself by putting his foot next to his butt and pushing back, right? His hands are in the air?
Correct.
Now we see his feet facing the left side of the screen and his head facing the other side, right?
Correct.
Is that you spinning him or is that him pivoting from your assessment?
That's him to
Is that something that you considered as part of the guard that he had taken, the guard
Yeah,
position
right.
he had taken? We're all done. Can we go to the dashboard now? Seen this before, Sergeant Johnson?
Correct.
What is it?
It's a dashboard. It's kind of like the East Sports team. Before it used to be a triangle, but then they changed it to
To a dashboard.
Yeah.
People in your profession spend a lot of time in a car, don't you?
Yeah.
Might be an appropriate analogy for you to quickly draw from. Right. Let's start on the left. It says assess information. In blue, it says obey directions, compliant arrest, normal enforcement context. What does that mean?
Oh, in the middle. So yeah. So obeys direction, compliant. That's the assessment for someone who's doing that. If they're obeying, then
How much force can you use with a person under those circumstances?
then you use the contributing blue on the other side, which would be compliant handcuffing, compliant escort, officer presence, voice controls, equipment display.
So, that's the only appropriate use of force if they're compliant, right?
Correct.
The next one is in green. It says refusing to move or respond where no physical or mechanical resistance on contact, right?
Right.
Did you experience that at all that day?
Correct.
Tell me how.
Well, mostly it was past that, pulling away the whole time, but on some parts where you're just not moving and they're not pulling away, but you're telling them to so trying to get them in handcuffs and stuff, and they're not pulling away. That's passive resistance. For most of it was at a higher level.
So the next one is the yellow category. It says pulling away, escape, struggling, and not complying on physical contact where injury is less likely. Did you assess that to be a relevant assessment? Did you make that assessment?
Correct.
How? What did you see that satisfied that?
Escaping immediately, he went straight to the active resistance on escaping. Pulling away, the shrimping away, that's all.
Not complying on physical contact. You used an open-handed technique to grab his backpack, didn't you?
Right.
And he didn't turn around and give you a stance for cuffing, right?
Maybe.
And it's where injury is less likely, right? Fair to say it started that way.
Right.
The next section is orange, right? And it says physical injury, attacks on officer or another, strikes, wrestling, undirected strikes with personal injury potential. Did you observe that day?
I observed all of it. I observed, the strikes you can see where he's kicking off my
Can you
leg.
speak a little louder?
I guess I observed all of it. You can see the strikes for when he's kicking off my legs in the video there. Other attacks on us with wrestling, he's constantly grab my hands, my wrists, twist my thumb. That's wrestling. Yeah, with
What are undirected strikes?
undirected strikes, are just strikes that are
Are they for flailing?
yeah.
Kind of like if I was in ground combat,
Yeah.
this type of thing?
Yeah.
Now let's jump to the officer selection. What's the significance of officer selection? What does that teach an officer who's observed the things on the left?
That you can use the following instruments, which include impact weapon, strike.
Okay, let's start with the yellow because I didn't jump to that.
Oh,
When he was pulling away or escaping, what does this chart tell you you have as appropriate uses of force?
aerosol spray.
What's that?
That's the OC
That's
spray.
the OC spray.
Yep.
And you use that?
Just,
How to work?
not working
Okay.
at all.
The next one's impact weapon. We'll come back to that. What's the next one after that?
Control holes, D-hand techniques.
What is that?
That's like when you're doing like a wrist lock and stuff like that.
Did we observe you trying to do that when you were grabbing at his knee or his wrist or his sweatshirt?
I can't say I was actually going for a wrist lock. I'm just trying to control him at that point, trying to get him to stop.
And body strikes and or takedown, right?
Yep.
Did you do any of that?
I did.
The next one in the orange under officer selection is impact weapon strikes. That's the first thing listed, right?
Yep.
And then it says empty hand and body strikes, right?
Correct.
And conductive energy weapon.
Right.
Right. So, which one of those did you try? Let's start with conductive energy weapon. Tried that?
I did.
What was the effect?
No effect on him.
What about empty-handed and body strikes?
Correct. No effect. He had zero effect on him.
But you tried.
I did.
And so at some point you used an improvised impact weapon.
Correct.
Why?
Because at that point we were at the serious physical injury. I mean, I could use it before then, but at that point we had already disarmed me multiple times, twice. At that point we were at serious, and the eye gouge also brings us up to the serious physical injury and death assaulting weapon, which brings us up to the firearm deadly force escalation at that point. So that's why let's back weapon at that point, because we were already way past it.
Well, you just jump to the red. Let's read red.
Yep.
Serious physical injury or death, right?
Correct.
You heard Mr. Burkett ask you and acknowledge that I even said it. A taser can be a deadly weapon, right?
Correct.
And he had shot you with a taser,
Correct.
right? So serious physical injury or death, is that what you concluded after being shot by your own taser? What about weapons assault? Is that what it means to be shot with your own taser? Is that a weapons assault? Is a taser a weapon?
Correct.
And when is assault when you without their consent you touch somebody else?
Correct.
He touched you with your taser, right?
Correct.
So that's a weapons assault.
Correct.
Attempted disarming. Was there attempted disarming?
Correct.
There was actual disarming too, right?
Correct.
Twice.
Correct.
Grave weaponless assault. What's that?
So this is someone's beating you, at which point you believe that they could possibly beat you or to death, almost like an assault that could result in death.
So that's the person is tough enough or physically fighting you well enough that you could perceive potential death as a consequence of that. Did you perceive that in this moment?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
So that's the red area. Let's jump to what the VCJC slide tells you is appropriate use of force there. It says firearms, right?
Right.
Vehicle, right?
Right.
Neck restraint, right?
Right.
Jesus, what does that say? Impact weapons or?
Other with a likelihood of death or extreme injury.
Okay, so firearms, vehicles, neck restraint, impact weapon, right?
Correct.
Which one of those is the least lethal?
Impact weapon.
Which one did you pick?
Impact weapon.
And how many times did you strike?
One time.
And after that, did he continue to disarm you?
Correct.
After that?
He did try to reach for the taser one more time after that.
And did you again return to the hitting it with an impact device?
No.
Did not. Okay. I want to call your attention to the special circumstances and factors affecting perception up at the top. And I am going to need to pull this up on my. See. All right, I think I can pull this off. You want me to go to the slide? No. Special circumstances. Let's start with the one injury or exhaustion. Were you injured?
Right.
How?
I've been eye gouged. You twisted my thumb. I have been tased.
Were you exhausted?
Yes.
You heard yourself at the end of that video while you're waiting for additional, like third and fourth law enforcement officers to arrive, right?
Right.
Is it fair? Would you characterize yourself as huffing and puffing?
I was.
Were you tired?
I was.
Would you describe yourself as exhausted?
I was.
Special knowledge. What's special knowledge?
Special knowledge would be combat skills.
Combat skills. And we've talked a bit about this. You perceived him as having martial arts training.
Correct.
Didn't put it in your initial affidavit, though, did you?
I did not.
In fact, you left it out of your use of force affidavit, which is supposed to mention things like this, didn't it? Why was your use of force affidavit so similar to your probable cause affidavit?
Because at that time, I had just that night shift to get everything done. Everything from booking to evidence logging and stuff. And meanwhile, the other Johnson's at the hospital, that person, and I was still answering calls at that time. So I had to get it done. So pretty much it was a copy and paste.
You took a shortcut.
Yes.
Is that your normal work effort when documenting use of
Negative.
what would you describe yourself as a capable ground fighter?
I've been tapped out many times, but
Have you ever tapped anybody else out there?
yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and your training, you were asked a bit about that on direct examination. It included Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but other ground fighting as well?
Correct.
What about your training in that moment made you fear this guy had special knowledge?
It's normally like I don't want to say I'm pretty good or anything, but like guys in his weight class, unless they have special knowledge, I can pretty quickly tap them out. I mean, I have been tapped out by guys in his weight class before, but it's not. No, I've tapped out guys twice as big as
Is it, you watched the video of what you described as shrimping in guard position.
Yep.
To me, it looks like just the guy's feet on the ground sometimes and hands up in the air. Why did you perceive it differently in the moment?
Because those are all techniques that I use, the shrimping away, the rocking back forward. I mean, even over in the academy or we were going for ground fighting, all the moves like the shrimping back like that, we did it over and over again. It's a drill where we rock side to side so we can keep the person on our side as we're going. All those techniques that he was portraying right there.
The next one is close proximity to officers' firearms. Let's talk about whether you perceived in that moment that Mr. Stelzel had access to your firearms.
Definitely. When I knew the minute I'd have to go hands-on with him, and he'd be as close to my firearm as I was, and he'd already disarmed me twice. So I figured that was a very great. So
Is it taser a firearm?
correct.
So when you're trained that close proximity to firearms could include the taser, right?
Weapons.
Is a taser designed to incapacitate somebody?
Correct.
Or to allow somebody to attack,
Right.
to get control of them, right? And you were tased.
Right.
And you went to the ground.
Right.
Okay? And in the moment you were tased and under the effect of that, that's when we saw that, as I pointed out in my opening, you're looking up at the sky with John Stelzel on top of you holding your tape. Right? What's going through your mind at that moment?
Thinking he's going to attack me and possibly take my weapon from me.
How does that, are there any broader thoughts than that in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, at that moment, he had two options after I go to the ground. He could retreat and run away, or he could advance on me, and he chose the latter, which was advance on me.
Weapons available, we're kind of in that topic. You know that Sergeant McKendrick Johnson says he saw you reaching for the firearm, right?
That he saw somebody shoot my firearm, correct?
Yeah. Can you pull up Exhibit 6, McKendrick Johnson's body camera video, and go to minute 5? Exhibit 6. I think it was Exhibit. No, there you go. That's it. I think it was right around 5 that y'all stopped earlier, and it's actually what happened. Just you know the time. So after. You're going to, we want to go to minute 5, give or take. Sorry, Jesus, here it is. You can hit place right here. Is that your video?
Right.
Is that the first time you're getting it back?
Right.
So you were earlier questioned about why you didn't call for emergency medical services at your scene. This is your arrest, right? Did you have a radio to make that call?
It wasn't on me at the time.
No. The person that made the statement is the one handing you your radio after that, right? Is that right?
Correct.
Is that Captain Gray?
Right.
Hit play.
No, you don't have anything coming at you, George. So I thought you took a shot.
No, it is a nice way to put that.
Go ahead.
Keep playing. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, we had 2 taser deployments, and that male was bleeding from his face pretty good.
Seventeen 42. 1732. 32. You see the timestamp in the upper right, sir? You need to advance by 1. 32. Can you go to 32:30? Can you go about 26? There you go. That's perfect. Thank you. 32. Just hit play. Just, I'm good with this. Did you say 32, 36? I guess it's 30. Can you go back to 32:40? This is the timestamp in the upper right. A little farther back, a couple seconds. Sure. Blank.
George, that front door should be unlocked. Came around that corner and he was trying to grab either. It looked like he was trying to grab George's gun.
Positive. That's Officer McKendrick Johnson telling Captain Ray that he said it looked like he saw him trying to grab your gun. You can take it. We go back to the dashboard. Okay. Let's talk about factors affecting perception. Okay. Age. Was that relevant? Was the relative ages of you and the person you were interacting with part of your consideration for why you assess risk?
Not particularly.
Let's move on. What about skill levels? Is that part of your assessment?
Right.
How?
Because what I was able to do, the ability was to immediately apply being pepper spray, wipe it off in jet. That's shows. And then also the maneuvers where I can get hold of and showing the techniques of shrimping and stuff. And then, yeah,
Number of officers versus suspects. How many officers were there for the first half of what we saw?
just myself.
How many officers were there for the conduct that is being described as a felony?
Two.
And would that suggest, as was implied during your questioning, that there was a reassessment that you should have made then?
No, I mean, I assessed all the way through regardless of how many officers were there. I mean, and I did assess with Johnson being there, especially if it was getting close that, you could injure Officer Johnson by going for his weapon or, taking his taser or anything of that nature. So it was my assessment.
I think earlier it was described that you commanded Officer Johnson to do that. He was a lower ranking officer at the time.
Right.
And you have more years on the force than him. Right. You were, in fact, would have been his ground fighting instructor had he taken a course from his employer, St. John Smith Police, right? And then size and gender, either of those factors relevant here? Okay. Great. I just asked you a question about what's been described as a felony, right?
Right.
In evidence is a probable cause affidavit offered by Detective Sergeant Baker, right?
Right.
And that accuses you of a felony for the strikes that we saw, doesn't it?
Right.
You were arraigned on that case?
Correct.
Filed a motion to dismiss, didn't we?
Correct.
We had a hearing, right? And at that hearing, we did a lot of what we're doing today. We talked a lot about that dashboard, didn't we?
Correct.
We went through the video pretty thoroughly. And after that, did we get a decision from the judge?
We did.
And that decision was that there was no probable cause that you committed a felony.
Correct.
And in fact, the judge took time to go through several factors and facts that the judge found from reviewing the same video that we did, right?
Correct.
Does he have that? 19. An hour. Now, just be careful not to get those on the last page. This is the decision on your motion to dismiss,
Correct.
right? And you'll give me just 1 second. The judge was addressing the issue of whether you committed a felony by your tracking of the individual, right?
Right.
And one of the things that was litigated was your decision to even interact with, right?
Correct.
You talked about here today.
Correct.
Isn't it true that the judge assessed that you observed jaywalking?
Correct.
The exact quote from the decision on the bottom of page 9. Fourth paragraph from the bottom. There's a jaywalking statute, C-23 VSA 1052D. It had been 7 years since Sergeant Johnson wrote his last jaywalking ticket. However, Sergeant Johnson did observe Mr. Stelzel jaywalk, right?
Correct.
That's Judge Kane's decision after watching the video that we just watched.
Right.
Right? Including the trailhead camera that showed what we watched.
Right.
The very next line, Sergeant Johnson had the authority to detain Mr. Stelzel, the right of a jaywalking ticket, or to satisfy himself that Mr. Stelzel understood his obligation to use the jaywalking. Either option, writing the ticket or confirming that Mr. Stelzel knew to remain in the crosswalk, has a clear connection to public interest and safety. That was the judge's determination about your assessment of whether you had the lawful right to begin an interaction on that day, right?
Correct.
The very next paragraph, however, to say Sergeant Johnson approached Mr. Stelzel exclusively to enforce jaywalking would ignore Sergeant Johnson's other observations, which may have appropriately increased Sergeant Johnson's reasonable suspicion that a crime was being committed. Right?
Correct.
Did I read that fairly?
Yep.
Sergeant Johnson saw Mr. Stelzel in an area where many people are doing and selling drugs. Right?
Correct.
I don't want to read this whole thing to these poor people, so I'm going to try to jump ahead. Sure. Anything I skip that's unfair will be redirected. At the beginning of the very next page, at this point, Sergeant Johnson told Mr. Stelzel to stop so that Sergeant Johnson could effectuate an investigatory stop, right?
Correct.
Is that what you were talking about earlier when you said you didn't have probable cause to arrest him? You were an investigatory stop, reasonable suspicion, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Stelzel attempted to flee and Sergeant Johnson grabbed Mr. Stelzel's backpack. Sergeant Johnson told Mr. Stelzel that he was being detained. Mr. Stelzel continued to resist, right?
Right.
Going to the top of page 11. However, jaywalking is not the only crime for which Sergeant Johnson had probable cause to arrest Mr. Stelzel. It is settled that to effectuate an arrest, the officer must, in some unequivocal manner, acquire and exercise control over the person whom is sought to be arrested, and that absent touching or restraint, submission is required to effect an arrest. Person commits the offense of resisting arrest when he intentionally attempts to prevent an officer from lawfully arresting him, which is being effectuated or attempted by a law enforcement officer. It would reasonably appear that the latter is the law enforcement. Right?
Correct.
You were in uniform?
Right.
And you had told him multiple times you were under arrest?
Right.
Very next paragraph. Mr. Stelzel began to struggle against Sergeant Johnson immediately after Sergeant Johnson detained him. Importantly, Mr. Stelzel's resistance was not passive resistance, such as when an arrestee goes limp or refuses to climb into a cruiser. Rather, Mr. Stelzel engaged in active resistance throughout his encounter with Sergeant Johnson. Mr. Stelzel's active resistance ranged from pulling away and twisting Sergeant Johnson and twisting into a defensive position, to targeting Sergeant Johnson's eye with OC spray, to tasing Sergeant Johnson and climbing on top of him, potentially reaching for Sergeant Johnson's gun. Any of these acts of obvious active resistance constitute probable cause for committing the crime of resisting arrest and or assault on a protected professional, right?
Correct.
Now, he says something is critical, and I know you were crossed a lot about whether you actually lacked probable cause, whether you were making a mistake of law. Let's see what Judge Kanan had to say about that. Critically, even if Sergeant Johnson lacked probable cause to arrest Mr. Stelzel when the altercation began, Mr. Stelzel's separate volitional acts, such as tasing Sergeant Johnson, would still be criminal. Right?
Correct.
The last sentence of that paragraph, in other words, even if Sergeant Johnson acted overzealously in apprehending Mr. Stelzel, Mr. Stelzel was not privileged to use force again to resist Sergeant Johnson. Right?
Right.
Sorry. I don't have any further questions. I don't have any further.
Redirect counsel.
So Johnson, your attorney, Mr. Milligan, brought up the motion to dismiss. That motion to dismiss was based on the fact that you were charged with the felony crime of aggravated assault. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was after a criminal investigation done by Detective Sergeant Baker of the Vermont State Police.
Correct.
She wasn't doing an internal affairs investigation. She was investigating you criminally.
Correct.
And in her narrative, she talks to all the individuals that we've talked about, right? She talked to Chief Pierce, correct?
Correct.
Talked to Captain Gray.
Correct.
She talked to, I think of his name, the House gentleman. Mr. Chase.
Correct.
You also talked, with Mary, I don't remember the last name, the person at the wellness center that your attorney mentioned at one point.
Well, that's really important. I wasn't there when she talked to those individuals.
But you reviewed the report. In fact, you reviewed it quite a lot, right?
Correct.
Pretty important that you review both her affidavit or investigation, because it's you that was charged with the felony.
Right.
So you went through the whole thing, didn't you?
Yeah, but I can testify that there's reports saying she did. I can't say that I actually saw her.
I understand. She watched all the videos that we watched.
Correct.
And she also talked with John Stetson, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
She took any photographs that you gave to her, is that right?
Correct.
Including some of the photographs that we've seen here today.
Correct.
And after all of that, she drafted an affidavit of probable cause determining that you committed aggravated assault.
Right.
And she sent it to a prosecutor.
Right.
That prosecutor independently reviewed her affidavit, right?
Right.
And charged you with that crime.
I don't know if she independently did or not, but I know she charged me with it. Correct.
He actually.
Yeah.
I don't think took care of one or the other, but he
I see.
So, and do you know the years of experience of Detective Sergeant Baker?
Not.
Okay. Let's talk about the motion to dismiss just a little bit. There was a hearing in that, is that right?
Correct.
And at that hearing, both sides put in a lot of documentary evidence.
Correct.
But Detective Sergeant Baker wasn't questioned on the stand, is that right?
Correct.
In fact, were there any witnesses at the hearing?
Correct.
No. There wasn't a affidavit or report or document from a use of force expert, was there?
That was presented.
Yes, right. So nothing like that.
Right.
So ultimately, a motion to dismiss was granted. Actually, was a motion to dismiss for lack of probable cause. Basically, the judge said, on further review, the affidavit that Detective Sergeant Baker created lacked probable cause.
Right.
And based that on the fact that as an officer, you have a privilege to use a certain amount of force, right?
Correct.
In Title 20, as a certified law enforcement officer, you're entitled to use force against people.
Correct.
Reasonable force.
Correct.
And at that point, this hearing hadn't happened, had it?
Right.
There have been no finding or determination about excessive force that the judge could have been aware of, right?
Right.
Yeah. You said a couple of things. One of them is you were talking with Mr. Milligan about why there was such a similarity, the cut and pasting of your affidavit of probable cause,
Right.
your incident report. You said it was because you only had that night to get it done. And May the 10th, 2024 was Friday, right? And you didn't actually arrest Mr. Stezel for the offenses and the incident on May 10th. You arrested him based on an outstanding warrant.
No.
That's what he was brought to jail for, wasn't it?
Negative.
Wasn't he handed a citation for Monday for the offenses for which you charged him?
Before he can be lodged, the whole case has to be done.
Right, but it only has to be done if you're lodging him for those charges.
Yeah, he wasn't lodged on a warrant. I don't believe he had a warrant at that point in time.
Isn't it true that we can hear on the body cam of Kendrick Johnson that he was handed a citation for Monday?
On Johnson's body cam.
Yeah, McKendrick's body cam. I want to call him McKendrick rather than Johnson because I don't want to get the two of you are the brothers Johnson, not brothers at all. Gotcha.
I think he was. I wasn't. I don't think I was there for that portion, but I'm probably.
So you actually had all weekend to get your paperwork.
No, I had to get the case done that night. The case had to go to the state's attorney's office, be approved by the state's attorney's office, and I updated probable cause had to be seen by a judge.
State's attorney left at 5 o'clock. So
Yeah.
she wasn't gonna see it until.
No, in fact, that night to her.
She reviewed it that night.
Yeah, correct.
You mentioned that he tried again to reach for your taser one last time. Was that when you tased him at the lower base of his spine?
Correct.
So he was once again responding to the fact that you were causing him physical pain by use of the taser.
He was reaching for the taser, correct.
Right. That's a reasonable response when somebody's causing you pain, isn't it?
I think I reached for the taser when I was tased, but
Okay, well, you were in training, right? You were supposed to take that.
Yeah.
But if I go over there and start twisting your nose or your ears, you're gonna knock my hand away, aren't you? Hard to do that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
so you would agree, it's a reasonable response when somebody's coming over to cause you pain to reach for it.
when the officer's tasing you, to try to take away his taser, I would not call that a reasonable response.
And the reach is a reach around the back, right? It's not, because you're putting it in the base of his spine back here. So his reach is, this is a, well, he's doing this, right?
Yes.
At which point you could grab his hand.
Right, well, yeah, because my hand was on the taser, my other was on the shoulder, but
So you could get, now, then you could gain control of his hand.
yeah, I would have really been fast, you know. Right.
And in fact, all the times in which you were talking about Mr. Stetzel grabbing at your hands, grabbing at your wrists, this was all in response to actions you took, right?
Trying to detain him, correct.
So when you reached in, he was slapping your hands away. When you grabbed him, he grabbed you to try and get you off of him, right?
Correct.
Now you talked about grip wrestling. We watched a video about guard positions,
Hmm.
and you yourself are a use of force instructor. Did you ever hear the phrase, don't box a boxer, don't wrestle a wrestler?
Correct.
Isn't that part of both ground training or ground fighting training as well as use of force instructor training?
Correct.
You recognized from your own experience
Yep.
that this man had some kind of skills
Yep.
in your opinion.
Yep.
Because he was slapping your hand away, he was holding you back, lifting, and yet you kept trying to wrestle him.
Oh, I was trying to hold him down. I did try closely to have him going for like an arm bar. I did try to do like a guillotine choke or not. I was just trying to hold him at distance from on the ground.
Well,
I was
talked-
trying to grapple with
but
him.
you also talked about, trying to think what it's called, the creating space, the reactionary gap.
Yep.
Reactionary gap is bigger when you have somebody who has some skills that you perceive, right?
Yep.
But you didn't create that reactionary gap, did you?
Right.
When you recognized that there was a need for a reactionary gap, instead of doing that, you doubled down and tried wrestling him more.
Didn't want an advantage of getting to his feet, correct.
But at that point, you have still a taser on your chest at the point that you recognize that he has these skills, correct?
Correct.
You still have the OC spray because you haven't sprayed it.
Right.
At this point, you've already recognized.
Correct.
But you didn't back up to use either of those things. You stayed right on it.
Right.
And in fact, isn't that one of the reasons why, isn't that a possible reason why the taser failed to have any effect on him, aside from potentially pain? It's because the way you hit it was bad.
No, correct.
And isn't it funny? I heard you right in the video. At one point, you said that the spray was fairly minimal. Came out of your pepper spray. Not a lot of spray.
Right.
Is it possible that that's one of the reasons why it appeared that it didn't have any effect on him?
Any amount of pepper spray in the face in high school would affect, but the more, of course, the more effect it should have, correct?
Okay, well, let's take a look at that. Can we get up exhibit 29, please? This is the photograph of the eye. When you were, I think we talked about this before, that when you get pepper sprayed, it irritates the eye.
What was the exhibit?
I think it's exhibit 29. It would be his exhibit. Apologies, I don't have this right here. It's his exhibit 13, if that's easier. It's the image of Mr. Johnson's face. The selfie. Okay, there we go. Good. All right. Mr. Johnson, that's your face. You took that yourself. You took that the same night.
Right.
You do this before or after you wrote your report? Do you remember?
Sometime during the case of it, I don't remember if it's before, during, or in the middle of.
But you can see the sclera in your eyes, right? That's the white part of your eyes.
Correct.
Okay. You can see how clear that is, right?
I've seen red, this is all better, let's do it, but I see there's some white there, correct?
Yeah. If you had been pepper sprayed, as you claim, wouldn't that have been redder?
Not necessarily.
That's all. You can take that down. You mentioned that you believe McKendrick was using the taser as a distraction so that you could strike him with the with your taser.
I never said he was using it as a distraction.
Didn't you say in answer to one of Mr. Milligan's questions, talking about effective and available places to strike him with the improvised impact weapon, at the same time he was using a taser? You said perhaps he was using a taser and it was distracting. You were talking at that point about how you shouldn't use impact weapons as a distraction, right?
Yeah, and he asked if it was possible that Johnson could have been using it as a distraction. I never said that. Yes, he was using it. I said he could have, yes.
Okay. The reality is he fired the taser into the guy's side, right?
Right.
And you didn't wait to see if that had any effect before you struck him in the head, the face.
At that time, he had my hands pulling me towards him. So, yeah.
Couldn't you have struck his hand with the impact weapon if the concern was that he was grappling you?
I think concerned that tasers and pepper spray, nothing had effect on him. I do not believe it was straight to the hand.
And why didn't you just step away as soon as you saw that McKendrick had him at a distance with the taser and reevaluate the situation?
Because the situation could have got a lot worse.
And you stand before you hit a person with an impact weapon, it talks about effective and available places. You could have hit him in the chest, right?
Correct.
You could have hit him in the sides here.
Correct.
You could have hit him in the arms or the legs.
Correct.
All of it, because he's prone in front of you, all of those places are available.
Also correct.
And we see you in the video changing your grip on your taser, right? You moved it from using it as a deployable weapon, a gun, to one where you're going to wield it as a club.
Implies impact weapon, correct.
Right. So you were winding up for this.
Yeah, to strike one with the taser, we beat, correct.
Okay. So this wasn't something you did in the spur of a moment. You were intending to hit him.
From the minute I had it, and I just stopped it anywhere. So it wasn't until after he had died, he would I do it. Because it's coming in towards it, I stopped him.
You were concerned at one point that McKendrick could get disarmed, but you didn't tell him to back off.
I told him taser.
You told him to tase him instead.
Yeah.
Instead of telling him to back off and hold him at a distance.
Yeah.
Taser works at a distance, right?
Not always.
Well, it's designed to be fired at a distance.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work. I think it has a 40% failure rate to it.
So it's possible that the reason that Mr. Stezel wasn't affected by your taser is because it didn't work in the field.
Could be tons of ways, but I'm just saying at a distance that they don't always work.
Well, I guess I'm confused a little bit, Mr. Johnson, because Mr. Milligan made a large point about how, and you're making a large point about how the taser isn't working, the taser isn't working. Clearly, he's suffering from some kind of excited delirium. Trying to think of the actual phrase. Yeah, I don't have it down there. Excited delirium. That's clearly he's, hopped up on drugs, and that's why this taser, which would otherwise be working, isn't working. Now you're telling me it just generally just doesn't work.
Could be either or both. I'm saying, my answer to you was that you said it would definitely work if you shot him from distance. And I'm saying that not 100% time, it may not work if you would have shot him at a distance.
Have that slide, that excited delirium slide. So we recall which slide number it is. Is it this one?
That's the
There's one more as well.
Actually, can we go to the next? So it says use of a CEW in the stun mode. That's the drive stun that you were talking about.
I thought a paragraph you read.
May be unavailing as the person may be immune to pain. You see that part?
Right.
Okay. But your complaint is that when you fired the taser into his chest, the darts.
Yep.
The the prongs, that's the thing that didn't work.
Right.
Because you would agree with me, when you actually drive stun him at the base of his spine or his spine, that worked. That's
Right.
what prompted him to stop.
Right.
So this is inaccurate insofar as he wasn't immune to pain, he was feeling it. Right?
Correct at that point.
Okay. So he wasn't in an excited delirium response or in an acute psychotic episode, was he?
No.
Is that because you're not an expert in acute psychotic episode or excited delirium response?
Expert in it? No, I'm not an expert in it.
Okay. So you can't actually opine whether or not these things are true. Did you believe him to be in excited delirium?
I believe it could be a possibility for his actions.
And doesn't policy require that if that is the case, that you contact EMS sooner rather than later?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that point you're obliged to place him in the recovery position faster rather than slower?
Correct.
Because you don't want positional asphyxiation to happen with somebody who's in excited delirium response. Right?
Correct.
But you didn't do either of those things. You didn't put him in the recovery position after you got him in handcuffs and leg irons. You kept holding him down for a couple more minutes, didn't you?
Correct.
Your lawyer made a great deal out of the fact that he kept saying, I don't have anything, but that's not all he said, is it?
Correct.
He also told you he wasn't doing anything. In fact, that's the first thing he said. I'm not doing anything. Right?
So
So I'm not doing anything. I don't have anything. Help, help. Why are you doing this to me? These are the things he was saying. Right?
Correct.
So he's covering the gamut. He's essentially telling you there's no reason for you to be doing what you're doing to him. Right?
he didn't say that. I don't remember those things lips.
No, what he said is, I'm not doing anything and I don't have it. Which would be the two reasons why you might stop somebody. Right?
There's multiple reasons why you stop it.
Okay. And Mr. Milligan, you made a large amount of the fact that he's shouting help, help at the top of his lungs. There's nobody else in that alleyway, is there?
No, negative.
There's finally somebody comes around the corner, but that's quite a distance.
Correct.
So if you're looking for help from somebody who's attacking you, regardless of whether it's a police officer or otherwise, and you're afraid of that police officer and you want somebody else to help you, you got to shout, don't you?
Say again?
I'm on the ground.
Mhm.
You're holding me down.
Mhm.
I'm afraid of you. There's nobody else in the alley.
Mhm.
I want help.
Mhm.
Wouldn't it make sense then that I would shout as loud as possible to try and get somebody to come help?
Is being held down by a police officer?
You seem to think that the police officer makes you, to Kim, Mr. Stezel, somebody who's helping him when you're the person who put him on the ground. Do you see the inherent inconsistency there?
No.
Okay. You mentioned the fact that he had a pocket knife at one point, a folding knife. Is that right? He never grabbed for that knife at any point during the encounter, did he?
Right.
And at one point, Mr. Milligan, and you talked about how you were unable to call for help because the radio was dangling. Right?
I don't think that because it's dangling, I changed it, turned it off.
But the reason it was dangling is because you dropped it.
Yeah, at some point. I think
And you said something interesting, that it could be used as a garrote.
Yeah.
A garrote is a cord that is used to strangle people.
Right.
So you leaving it dangling actually placed you at greater risk.
Perhaps.
Maybe next time don't drop the radio.
Question or?
That's not, I'll withdraw. Did you ever give him a citation for jaywalking?
I do not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
It's a very direct. You were asked about Judge Kane's decision, namely that he says that Detective Sergeant Baker's affidavit, which is also in evidence, does not contain sufficient information for the court to find probable cause. Can we put this up at whatever exhibit it is on the bottom of page 12? In our stack. Bottom of page 12. You were asked a question about Detective Sergeant Baker's affidavit and the judge's ruling that it lacked sufficient information for the court to find probable cause that Sergeant Johnson committed a crime. That's the last sentence of that middle paragraph that we can read there, right?
Correct.
Next paragraph. Detective Sergeant Baker's affidavit does not review the lead up to the altercation between Sergeant Johnson and Mr. Stelzel in detail. The lead up, which the court better understands after having had the opportunity to review the videos, clarifies that Mr. Stelzel, not Sergeant Johnson, was responsible for escalating the interaction to physical violence. For example, Sergeant Detective Baker's affidavit suggests, "Stop, don't fucking move," was one of the first things Sergeant Johnson said to Mr. Stelzel. See affidavit at page 1. In fact, Sergeant Johnson interacted calmly with Mr. Stelzel until Mr. Stelzel tried to flee. In another instance, Detective Sergeant Baker's affidavit implies that Mr. Stelzel was already subdued when Sergeant Johnson struck him in the face with a taser. See affidavit PC at 1. In fact, after reviewing the video, the court believes that Mr. Stelzel was still resisting or attempting to physically harm the officers, plural, at the time Sergeant Johnson used the butt end of his taser, right? Can you quickly scroll up so that the bottom part of that page is not moving? That's not very accurate. Is that what it said?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked questions about stunning, the drive stun at the base of the around the butt area, right?
Right.
And we see in the video that before that you were using close-handed strikes and ordering him to put his hands behind his back, right? Did he put his hands behind his back?
Negative.
What caused him to put his hand behind his back, as you recall from the video and your experience that day?
Was stunned.
So the drive stun is what finally achieved compliance.
Correct.
Had he exhibited any symptom of compliance with your commands before the hand came behind the back?
Negative.
And would you describe even that as a compliance, or did it appear that he was reaching for your taser?
He was reaching.
And he didn't get it.
Right.
Right. That would have been his third attempt to disarm you, right? And after that, there are no more punches, right?
Correct.
And his hands are put behind his back, right? And you were asked a lot of questions about the amount of weight you put on him and whether you were leaning in.
Right.
I won't belabor this with the council. I'll just encourage them to watch your body camera video at that time, where you'll note that although the Caledonia record may have caught a moment of that time, the prolonged issue is something that is visible on the video. But what do you remember about your body position relative to him being on the ground after he was cuffed?
Oh, most of my weight was on my back leg area. My knee was on him, but I wasn't putting my full force of body weight on him.
In the body camera video, do you hear him complaining about his inability to breathe?
No.
Do you hear him laboring to breathe?
No.
I have nothing further.
We're gonna have to take a 5-minute break before we move on. So I also wanted to make note, as I did earlier, that we're gonna try to hit 4 o'clock as a hard stop. So we're gonna get also about where we are. This is looking like this area is going to take, but it's not gonna move.
Understood, sir.
5 minutes.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah, that would be sense. Okay, we are back in session. We can continue.
Thank you, Chair. At this point, I would call to the witness chair, Lieutenant Michael Ackerman, who is already there.
All right, you raise your right hand. Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
State your full name, spell your last name, please, sir.
Sorry, my name is Michael Ackerlin. Last name is Akerlind.
It may be obvious from the uniform, but where are you employed?
I was the Colchester, Vermont Police Department.
And what rank do you presently hold with the Colchester Police Department?
I'm a lieutenant there.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
Full-time in law enforcement for 27 years.
When did you become what is now called level 3 certified?
1997.
And have you been full-time employed ever since that date till now?
Yes, I have.
We're here to talk a little bit about use of force. Have you been trained in use of force?
Yes, I have.
And are you a use of force instructor?
Yes.
When did you become a use of force instructor?
My initial instructor certification was in 2000, conducting trainings at my agency and service level. Number of years after that.
When you become a use of force instructor, what do you have to do in order to become a use of force instructor for your department or statewide?
The initial instructor certification is a 40-hour class, a 5-day long class that focuses on all of the program's techniques and skills, as well as the educational component, application of force, case law, or involving force, instructional methods.
Is there an examination of the minimum grade in order to obtain certification?
Yes, there are written examinations at the end of the course with a minimum passing grade of 80% and a physical proficiency examination on all the skills, which 100% pass. You have to get everything correct.
And do you have to sort of get continuing education to continue your certification as a use of force instructor?
Yes, required to recertify every 2 years.
And how many hours for recertification?
That is typically done in an 8-hour day.
Okay. Have you ever taught use of force besides to officers with your department?
Yes, after becoming a use of force instructor, I would intermittently help out at the police academy during the basic training classes. And around 2009, I started teaching more full-time there, helping out with every basic training class as adjunct faculty or adjunct staff along with lead instructors there.
So you're training the current 121st class right now in use of force?
That's correct.
Are you also what's called a master instructor?
Yes.
So you actually instruct the instructors?
Yes, in 2017, I achieved a certification as a master instructor, which means through our academy program and through the agency that we train through Defense Technologies, a master instructor can create instructor trainers. The hierarchy of it is a master instructor, a senior instructor, or instructor trainer. That's what they call that, instructor level and then user level.
And so you're at the top?
Yes.
All right. And again, how many hours to get the master instructor certificate or certification?
That is a lengthy process, and it kind of depends on the organization and where you come from. I had been assisting with instructor level courses here in Vermont for probably 4 years before I was put up for my master instructor certification. That involved going to a national conference, spending a week with a group of trainers there and being vetted for that process. And going back the next year later, spending another week of training and being tested out the final day.
And again, minimum requirement to pass and get that certification.
Yes, again, it was several written exams for each of the programs we teach, with a minimum passing of 80% and then proficiency test on all the skills that have to be 100% correct.
And have you ever testified as an expert in the use of force?
I've given testimony to legislative committees before, and I have testified in front of this council before under similar circumstances.
Did I ask you to analyze the investigation into the use of force by George Johnson against a man named John Stezel on May the 10th of 2024?
Yes.
What did I provide to you that you reviewed?
The entire packet of information for that, which included the officer's narratives of Sergeant Johnson and Officer Johnson that day, a independent investigation was contracted out by the St. Johnsbury Police Department by Burgess Associates and Leaders and another affidavit authored by Detective Sergeant Angela Baker from Vermont State Police revealing the incident and there. The affidavit of probable cause that was provided by Sergeant Johnson and video from the body worn cameras from Sergeant Johnson and Officer Johnson.
What was the order in which you review when you were asked to do this kind of analysis? What's the order in which you like to review things?
I typically start with the paperwork. I look at the officer's initial report. So I reviewed Sergeant Johnson's investigative narrative and his affidavit of probable cause for his charges against Mr. Stelzel. There's also the short supplemental narrative from Officer Johnson that was provided. I then looked at the brief internal investigation report from the Burgess firm, and then Detective Sergeant Baker's affidavit containing quite a lot of information. So I reviewed all of that.
Why do you do the paperwork first before watching video footage that might show you the incident as it's happened?
To not have, I guess, to get the whole story on paper first. I'm more of I guess that's the way my brain works. I like to read it first, see the story, see the information and the facts that are laid out, and then see if that matches up with the video and what we can see later on. The videos are fast, sometimes difficult to see. There's usually more information in the paperwork and the reports.
Did you, in your review of paperwork before watching the body cam video footage, review Mr. George Johnson's interview with Detective Sergeant Baker?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Including all of the explanations and excuses he gives for the various uses of force that he gives on May the 10th. Okay. So did you have those to look for as you were going through the video footage?
Yes.
Based on your review of the totality of those documents and that video footage, what was your initial thought as you saw this incident unfold, both in paper and on the video?
My initial impression is that beyond the initial contact with Mr. Stelzel under the bridge, the rest of it should not have even happened.
Explain why.
It was a simple field contact, understandably probably more of a pretext stop, but simply for a jaywalking offense, a civil traffic violation, it shouldn't have gone beyond that type of interaction.
And did you form a conclusion based on your review of all of the documentary and video evidence and based on your expertise in the area of use of force regarding Mr. Johnson's actions towards Mr. Stelzel on May the 10th of 2024?
Yes.
What was your conclusion?
That force used after the initial contact against Mr. Stelzel was not reasonable.
Why do you say that?
When we examine reasonableness, especially looking at the tenets laid out in Graham versus Connor, which is where the standard comes from, one of the main components we look at is the severity of the crime at hand. There's several things that we examine there, but that is one of the first steps.
Is that something that we have at this point enshrined in statewide policy?
Yes.
We bring exhibit 1, page 6 of it.
Which one is that? We can.
It's the statewide model policy.
Yeah. They might model use of force.
And we go to page 6. If we could make that bigger. Okay, so is this the considerations that you were just talking about before I rudely interrupted?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Continue from what you were about to say before I put this up.
As you can see, the first thing we consider when we're determining whether force is reasonable is the seriousness of the offense the officer believes the subject is involved in. In this case, it was jaywalking. Then we look at the other factors involved in this case, whether or not the person was posing an immediate threat to the officer, others, the degree of that threat, whether they're actively resisting or attempting to evade, and whether the totality of the circumstances justify the officer's response.
So let's walk through these. We've talked about seriousness of the offense since a $59 ticket jaywalking. In your expert conclusion, does the subject pose an immediate physical threat to the officer or to anybody else at the time that he first takes use of force action?
Subject was attempting to flee and evade. He was running away from Sergeant Johnson.
Okay. Johnson takes him to the ground. Now he's on his back. Does that change the calculus as far as immediate physical threat to the officer?
With Mr. Stelzel on his back, he did bring his knees up slightly, had his feet based on the ground. Sergeant Johnson remained on his feet and was in a position where he could have stepped back or disengaged and given commands at a less than contact distance, or greater than contact distance rather, to create some distance and safety for himself.
Is that training that he should do that?
Yes.
Is that called a reactionary distance?
Yes.
Why is it important to maintain reactionary distance?
To stay out of that person's reach, away from arm's reach, or away from foot reach if they're kicking or assaulting. You stay out of that distance.
And did Mr. Johnson do that?
No.
Next thing down is the degree of threat posed by the subject. What was the degree of threat that you observed Mr. Stelzel to pose to Mr. Johnson?
At the onset of their contact, it was active resistance. He was attempting to flee on the ground. He was just sort of curled up in the ball. That he was not taking custody.
So based on that, looking at the last one, dropping down to E, the totality of the circumstances, do the totality of the circumstances, in your opinion, justify the officer's response to throw to the ground?
No.
Now that he has him on the ground and you're saying you see him in active resistance, does it ever escalate beyond active resistance between them? I want to focus on the time from the throwing him to the ground to the point that Mr. Johnson sprays him with OC spray. During that time, do you see any escalation from active resistance?
No, at that point, Mr. Stelzel was on his back. His hands are up in a pushing or defensive posture. But Sergeant Johnson's able to utilize his radio and call for backup, call his location. Still, Mr. Stelzel was yelling. Sergeant Johnson's trying to give commands. Kind of a stalemate for a second or two.
The statewide policy that we have here, we go to page 5. There's an obligation that officers should attempt to use de-escalation tactics when possible. In your opinion, based on what you observed, when Mr. Stelzel is prone on the ground, is there an opportunity for Mr. Johnson at this point to de-escalate the situation or moving to deploy OC spray?
So Mr. Stelzel's on his back on the ground facing up. Sergeant Johnson is still on his feet at that point. And again, I'll go back to, he could have disengaged. If he thought another force option was appropriate, he could have used that option that would have given him some standoff distance ability to react to whatever he thought Mr. Stelzel was doing, more than a contact distance. He didn't have to keep his hand on, stay within that arm's reach of him.
Okay. In the video, it looked to me, as not an expert, that every time that he grabbed at Mr. Stelzel, he was unsuccessful at maintaining a hold. That'd be a fair assessment.
Yes.
And yet, at that point, as a trained use of force, a person trained to use of force, what should they be doing at that? When something's not working.
Starting to assess that technique or assess whatever they're doing and find another option.
Is that what Mr. Johnson does, or does he double down?
He continues to engage physically with Mr. Stelzel on the ground.
And you mentioned that prior to deploying the OC spray, he called for backup.
Yes.
And you did you determine by watching the video how quickly a backup officer arrived?
It was just under or right around 2 minutes.
Would that have been another opportunity to de-escalate, wait for his backup?
But then, yes.
In fact, doesn't policy that we have here even suggest that de-escalation can include waiting for backup?
Yes, but it does.
But he didn't wait for backup.
No.
Do you see any time during the incident, again, from the time that he takes him to the ground to the time that he sprays him with OC spray, in which Mr. Johnson attempts to de-escalate the encounter?
At best, at one point, Sergeant Johnson has both hands on Mr. Stelzel's sweatshirt, and they're almost having a conversation. But other than that, he continues to engage and continues to physically escalate that by trying to get him rolled over or to engage.
So let's talk about the use of the OC spray. Is the use of the OC spray is the deploying of the pepper spray or the OC spray a reasonable use of force in termination?
Yeah, I'll go back to none of it. It shouldn't have gotten that far. None of it should have happened at that point. At an active resistance level, yes, OC is an appropriate tool, but should have never gotten to that point.
Okay, that's fair. And then there was an incident with the taser. So
yes,
amongst your qualifications, are you also taser instructor?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain how one becomes a taser instructor?
It's a certification course, just like many of our other things. There is a portion of online learning now that is completed prior to that class, and typically 2 days in a classroom setting where you do that online information and then perform physical skills, manipulation drills with the taser, scenario-based drills, and teach math lessons.
So Mr. Johnson shoots John Stelzel with his taser in the chest. Any concerns about that as a taser instructor?
Yeah, the upper frontal chest, upper torso, especially the front area of the chest, is definitely what they're considered not a preferred target area, a much higher risk target area. Axon talks about in their training dart to heart distance, with a probe deployment in the upper chest, being considered that the electrical energy delivered by that could have some involvement with a heart arrhythmia at that point, being so close to the upper chest.
Does our statewide policy regarding the use of conducted electrical weapons oblige officers, when it is safe to do so, to display and provide a warning before shooting at somebody with a taser?
Yes.
In your opinion, did that happen here?
Not within the instance that the taser was drawn, brandished, and fired at Mr. Snowball. It was Sergeant Johnson, which mentioned it before as he was chasing him when they were both still on their feet, that if he didn't stop, he was going to get tased, and then several seconds of struggle ensued. He was pepper sprayed and then taser. No warnings could.
In your experience as an officer of many, many years, is there a qualitative difference between telling someone you're going to get tased and having the taser drawn and say, stop, or you're going to get tased?
Yes.
Have you seen yourself a difference in reaction from subjects between those two circumstances?
Yes.
And is that why the policy says display a warrant?
That is definitely one of the reasons why, yes.
And in your opinion, was it safe for Mr. Johnson to have, after he gained control of his taser, because this was after there was a scramble,
Yes.
and he regained control of it, and he flips off the safety. Was there a safe moment when he could have displayed and warned Mr. Stezel before using the taser?
In his body worn camera video, it appears that he is still on his feet at that point. He certainly could have taken a step or two back, which would have probably provided a more effective shot with the taser, giving a greater probe spread, providing maybe a better target area, and it would have given him an opportunity to give those verbal commands with the weapon displayed and brandished.
You mentioned probe spread. He's firing at a distance that's very close. Does that affect the effectiveness of the taser?
Yes, it does.
How so?
With a minimal probe spread, anything less than 12 inches is difficult to achieve what they call neuromuscular incapacitation, which is that full body lockup affecting the musculature of the body. That's really our goal. There are optional techniques if you have to and you can't break that distance and create distance from that person to fire that close probe spread and then do what's called a third point follow-up with the taser unit itself on another part of the body to mimic that probe spread, or fire a second set of probes at a farther away part of the body.
Is that creating that secondary thing often called a drive stun by
Yes.
officers in the field?
Could be. Yep.
Okay. Is it possible that the shot that Mr. Johnson gives and the hit that Mr. Stezel takes was ineffective because of the close distance?
Yes.
Is it possible that that would be why it isn't effective and doesn't seem to affect Mr. Stezel?
I would say so.
Yeah. Are there some people that are simply not affected by a taser?
Not that I have seen when it is delivered correctly. It is harder to build resistance against electricity. It is more of a physiological effect than it is anything else, so it's difficult to defeat that.
How hard is it hard though to get an effective shot sometimes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair to say sometimes the prongs can get caught up in clothing.
You can get an ineffective shots can occur from lots of things. One being a reduced probe spread, yes, especially in Vermont where it's winter 9 months out of the year, heavy clothing, layers of clothing, heavy jackets, things like that can cause that to happen. Broken wires, missed probes where one only hits the subject, the other one goes off target. There are lots of reasons where it could not be an effective shot.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that Mr. Johnson fails to follow statewide conducted electrical weapon policy regarding the display and provide warning portion?
Yes.
And that he failed to follow training by firing essentially too close and at the chest?
Certainly not the preferred tactic or preferred method of utilizing the tool.
Okay. And would it have been possible for him to have improved effectiveness by taking a couple of steps back?
Yes.
And was there anything that you saw in the video that would have prevented him from maximizing his effectiveness with the conducted electrical weapon, the taser.
Would not do that.
Let's talk about the taser strike to the face. Video, we can see that Mr. Johnson strikes John Stezel in the face with his taser as using it as essentially a club or an impact weapon. In your conclusion, based on your experience and expertise, was that use of force appropriate?
No.
Again, why not?
A variety of reasons. The taser is not designed as an impact tool or an impact weapon of any sort. Head and face is what we consider a red area, tertiary target, only to be utilized as a target of last resort or at the highest level of deadly aggression or lethal force.
Can we bring up Exhibit 21? Go to slide 123. I think we're gonna have to rotate it again. Or we just have, oh, there it is. That's not bad. Okay, 123, please. So this is a slide from the use of force training that you give at the Vermont Police Academy.
Yes.
This talks about red being targets of last resort.
Yes.
Okay, can we go to slide 124? And this just talks about yellow areas which can cause momentary dysfunction. Again, higher risk of injury.
Yes.
Okay, and then can we go to slide 125? This is all of the targets.
Correct.
And then let's go to 126. So this is the baton chart, which is as close as we get to an impact weapon. I guess the baton is an impact weapon. This shows the head, the face, all parts of it are red.
Yes.
So there's a high risk of lasting and permanent injury.
Yes.
Which is why that's a no-go area.
Only at the highest levels of force allowed, of deadly force or deadly aggression level.
If you were to learn that Mr. Stezel had grabbed hold of Mr. Johnson's pant leg before the strike happened, would that change your opinion?
I don't think that would reach a level of deadly aggression. It certainly is active resistance bordering on assaulting behavior, but not to the level of striking someone in the head.
Yeah. And striking somebody in the hands. That's a green area out here?
The hands would be, yes.
Okay. And in your experience, if you have to strike somebody who's attempting to grab you in the hands, is that an effective technique? Or can that be a technique?
Can be, yes.
Okay. But that's not what Mr. Johnson did.
No.
Okay. And from the video, it appears that this strike in the face, comes at the same time that, we'll just call him McKendrick, it's Officer Johnson, but McKendrick, just to keep it straight, deploys his taser into Stezel's side. Did you observe that as well in the video?
Seemed to happen around the same time, yes.
Okay. Going back to the statewide use of force policy, and we don't have to put it up on the screen or anything, but does it require that officers reassess in the circumstances each use of force separately?
Yes, when we teach officers to use force, when they're utilizing a tool, utilizing a strike, utilizing anything, part of that is the assessment of whether or not that strike or tool or whatever they did was effective, that hit the intended target area, had the desired effect, or achieved some compliance or something like that. We need to continually reassess that before deciding what their next force option is going to be, whether it's another strike, another taser deployment, another shot of seed, something like that.
In your opinion, did Mr. Johnson follow that policy when he struck John Stezel with his taser weapon in the face at the same time that McKendrick is deploying his taser?
I think you would have had time to assess the effectiveness of that taser deployment.
Talking again about that statewide policy and the reassessment of circumstances. Just after the first taser deployment, the shot to the chest, and then the subsequent, he gets hit with a calf with his own taser. That's when McKendrick shows up. As you say, about 2 minutes or so, maybe a little less, from the time that he's called. Does this change the circumstances significantly with another officer with their taser drawn as far as the circumstances for this incident?
Certainly that gives them, the officers, an advantage, having two officers there versus one suspect. Sergeant Johnson was able to, even though he was hit with his own taser, he was able to get back to his feet rather quickly. And Mr. Stelzl remained on the ground. It looked like he sat up briefly and then went back down to his back on the ground as Officer Johnson McKendrick showed up. And he deployed his taser within a few seconds.
Would the statewide policy regarding use of force require at this point Mr. Johnson to reassess based on this new circumstance?
We definitely attempt to create some space, give some more commands, try to give verbal commands and try to gain compliance now that there's two officers on scene. See if that would work.
Does he do that?
Doesn't appear to.
So was he in violation of statewide use of force policy by failing to reassess?
Did not have time to reassess that situation and the force which was chosen to be delivered immediately.
Similarly, when McKendrick shows up, is there again an opportunity for Mr. Johnson to de-escalate the situation, attempt to, as you said, create space, give verbal commands, maybe calm the situation down?
At that point, he could have disengaged and created some distance from Mr. Stelzl, but he stayed again within a contact distance of an area where Mr. Stelzl was able to grab his pant leg, or where he was able to make contact with him, where he could have taken a step or two back, especially knowing that his partner was showing up and he was giving him commands to deploy his taser, maybe give some space and stay out of the way so that could be done effectively.
The next thing we see in the video is we see Mr. Johnson strike John Stelzl in the back of the head. Be able to view that part of the video.
Yes.
Same question I've been asking throughout, Mr. Lieutenant Ackerland. Was that use of force an appropriate level of use of force given the circumstances, the totality of circumstances issued?
No.
Tell us why not.
Again, the strikes to the head, the red area of the head, even empty hand strikes to the back of the head, side of the head, anything like that, I consider those targets of last resort, that red area striking. He was giving commands, but he was giving commands concurrent with the strikes. Mr. Stelzl was face down at that point, and at one point you see his hands come up to the back of his head while Sergeant Johnson's still striking him and giving him the command.
That appears if he was trying to cover or protect his head.
Yes.
Okay. And would that be an opportunity for the officers who are now on both sides of him to gain control of those hands when the hands come up?
I would think so, yes.
But instead, Mr. Johnson continues to assault him.
He strikes him in the head and then moves to another drive stone. He stays there.
Okay. Can we get Exhibit 21 up again? And we go to slide 112. So the one we saw before is for impact weapons.
Yes.
This is for empty hand. This is for the punches we're seeing.
Yes.
So this is a different areas that are red, yellow, and green than the one with the baton.
That's correct.
But the back of the head still straight up red.
Yes.
Okay. And after striking the head twice, he then strikes the back in what looks like a green area. So that would have been a better place to punch.
Yes.
But he doesn't do that the first two strikes.
Not initially.
Thank you. You can turn the lights back on. During our discussion about this incident, there was talk about Mr. Stelzl employing some specific martial arts maneuvers, and I think the thought was that these may be rooted in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Are you familiar with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as a martial art?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about your own martial arts training?
Yes. I am ranked as a black belt in a system called Kempo Jiu-Jitsu. Kempo was a hybrid mix of karate style stand-up fighting and Japanese jiu-jitsu. It's kind of a hybrid style of martial arts. We also had a concentration in judo techniques for that. There was some ground fighting involved in that specific martial arts style. I have also trained for a short while in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, nothing beyond a beginner rank there. And I've also taken and have been instructing in, I think, at least 3 different variations or iterations of the Vermont Police Academy ground fighting school that we put on for law enforcement officers in the state. That has gone through several retakes over the years and a big overhaul after 2021. Several of the techniques were removed and some of the training changed.
Can you give us a brief description of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as you understand it? What type of martial art is this?
It's a grappling style martial art based on more of a wrestling style, grappling style, ground defense type martial art.
We try that again. Are there any kicks or strikes that you understand are taught as part of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Not in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Is sport or competition Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu considered one of the safer martial arts in terms of injury to competitors?
Yes, it is considered to be fairly safe because the practitioners can train and utilize techniques at near full force in their training without the risk of severe wounding.
And you described your level of training with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as at the beginner level. However, based on your black belt in Kempo Jiu-Jitsu and your training and your ground fighting instruction, are you familiar enough with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu techniques to recognize the guards, the holds, and other special maneuvers that might be used in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Yes.
In your review of the video, did you observe John Stezel to use any specialized techniques from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Not that I could see on the videos.
We have, what was that video? What was there's exhibit 20. We bring that up. That's why exhibit 20.
Oh, their exhibit.
Their exhibit 20. I don't know what the new number would be, but it's in theirs. It's listed as 20. That's not it.
Looking for something.
I'm looking for the video.
So the jujitsu Matt Byrne exhibit 18.
There you go. That's it. Great, my colleague. Okay, can you pause it right there for a second? First of all, have you ever heard of this guy, Matt Briers?
I have not.
Okay. Like you do, this is an exhibit that we've seen where this gentleman on the ground is going to demonstrate, I guess, a seated guard. And then we're going to see an overlay with the body cam footage from Mr. Johnson. I'd like you to watch it all the way through. I'm going to ask you some questions. Much as I love sound, I'm not that worried about it. I'll still
Okay,
get
very
the sound.
I think it's necessary for the video. It's the context of the video.
Okay.
I'm not sure why.
Maybe it's not that necessary.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, Council. Let's just watch it all the way through, Joe. Okay, can we pause it there for just a second? First of all, Lieutenant, the gentleman's on the ground who's doing what looks like a seated guard stance. Is that something that looks familiar to you from your experiences with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. Oh, we put that away. So, Lieutenant, you've seen now a side-by-side comparison of what looks like a seated guard by a guy who claims to be a jiu-jitsu instructor in a video, and the video footage from the body-worn camera. Does that change your opinion regarding whether or not Mr. Stezel was deploying or using some form of Brazilian jiu-jitsu techniques?
In the body worn camera, and difficult from the angle of the camera, but it appears that Mr. Stezel was flatter on his back than he is seated or on one hip or the other, which I would think you typically see in that type of position. His feet are on the ground and moving, and he does pick the one leg up, similar to what the instructor was doing. But he's also, all his movements appear to be away from Sergeant Johnson. He's trying to, again, continue to get away.
I'd like you to assume for a moment that John Stezel was in fact trained in a martial art like jiu-jitsu. Does that change your conclusions about the reasonableness of the force that Mr. Johnson used in any of the various different points that we've been talking about?
Again, getting over the initial contact, it was only for that violation. I would say that if Sergeant Johnson was recognizing that Mr. Stezel was trained and he was deploying some martial arts techniques, that would be more of a reason to not continue to engage with him on the ground like that.
I think you, at one point when we were talking about this, suggested that there's an old saying in ground fighting, don't wrestle a wrestler, don't box a boxer.
Yes, that was one of our previous instructors always used that saying, is to not grapple a grappler, don't strike with a striker, don't kick with a kicker. If someone's showing you their preferred style or their preferred techniques, find some way to avoid that, because that's their fight. Don't fight their fight. Basically try to overcome that with some other tool or some other option.
Does Mr. Johnson heed those words from your former instructor?
It seems like he continued to try to engage on the ground. If he recognized those techniques, he continued to engage with them. Regardless of skill level of the officer, even if he's been training and he has a higher skill level, we are at a disadvantage in our uniforms and our police gear trying to grapple and ground fight with somebody.
Hence the reason why you want to create space, reactive distance.
And in many of the law enforcement ground fighting classes that we've ever taught, one of the main tenets that we talk about from day one is that our goal is to get back to our feet. We're much more effective on our feet as officers. We can control or stop an attack. Most of the techniques are defensive based now. If someone's on top of us or trying to get control of us, but our goal is to get back onto our feet where we're able to move, access the rest of our tools.
Statewide policy on use of force. Does it require officers to allow individuals reasonable time to submit to arrest or detention before force is used?
Yes.
And does Mr. Johnson, in your opinion, follow this requirement of the use of force policy by giving Mr. Stezel reasonable time to submit before going hands on him?
He gives several commands, but he's doing that the entire time he's physically engaged.
That sounds a lot like a no.
Objection.
Just ask the question.
Sure, I'll ask again. So did Mr. Johnson violate this requirement of the use of force policy?
Yes.
In your opinion, did Mr. Johnson ever on May the 10th give John Stezel reasonable time to submit to his intention?
No.
Does the statewide policy on use of force require officers to attempt to de-escalate? I think we talked about this, but it's worth repeating.
Yes, it does.
And does this policy require that officers continually reevaluate de-escalation even during a use of force encounter? Circumstances change.
Yes.
Did Mr. Johnson follow this requirement of use of force policy to attempt to de-escalate before going to more escalating uses of force?
No.
In your opinion, did Mr. Johnson make any attempts to de-escalate the situation?
No.
The policy does give examples of de-escalation as use of warnings, and early on, Mr. Johnson does say to Mr. Stezel, you're going to get tased. Wouldn't that be a warning, and wouldn't that count as de-escalation in your opinion?
Not if the physical actions continue after that warning. There's no attempt to allow that subject to stop or give up, as it were. The commands were given as arrest commands. Not giving time to give a command, wait for compliance, and then reassess at that point.
At one point, there was discussion that when Mr. Stezel runs away from the initial encounter, that is somehow impeding a police officer or felony crime. In your opinion, based on your years of experience as a law enforcement officer, do you see running away as the felony crime impeding?
No, not from that confrontation, that encounter there.
Have you ever arrested or charged somebody for impeding based on them running away from him? No. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for you, Lieutenant. I suspect Mr. Milligan, my colleague, has not.
You. Hi, Lieutenant. How are you? Good. Good to see you again. One of the first things you talked about was how Graham v. O'Connor has been it's part of the Vermont statute on use of force, right?
Yes.
That's chapter 22, it's 2368, section 2368, right? And the one you mentioned is Graham v. O'Connor's right in A1. They have to just use reasonable force, and it's a reasonable officer in that position, right?
Yes.
And that's from Graham v. O'Connor. Are you familiar with what section 6 of that same statute says? Section B6?
No.
A law enforcement officer who makes or attempts to make an arrest need not retreat or desist from his or her efforts by reason of resistance or threatened resistance. That is what we saw in the video, right? We saw resistance and threatened resistance, right? And your position is it was offensive for Sergeant Johnson to pursue him when he fled, because that would have been a time to stop it all.
Or a traffic ticket. That's
Yeah.
correct.
Well, we'll talk about the traffic thing in just a minute, but you agree that retreat is specifically listed, and to prevent escape is specifically listed as something he doesn't need to desist. In other words, well, I'll just read the statute again. A law enforcement officer who makes or attempts to make an arrest need not retreat or desist from his or her efforts by reason of resistance or threatened resistance, right?
It says.
But your testimony is the flight should have prompted him to stop his potential engagement and use of force.
Or a simple traffic ticket for jaywalking.
So let's talk a little bit about that. You saw the video, right? You read Sergeant Detective Baker's report, correct? And I think you even said you took the time to go through Chief Pierce's interview and Captain Gray's interview, right? So you know they all describe the area of the pavilion as a high crime area, right? And what's the significance of a high crime area to a law enforcement officer such as yourself?
That there could be criminal activity taking place.
Sure. And is there any significance if a person who is in a high crime area leaves that area upon the arrival of police officers? Are you trained on what the law says about that?
It would be suspicious.
It would be suspicious. Would it be a reasonable suspicion?
Suppose it could be.
Yeah. And what would be the lowest level of inquiry or investigation one could do if they had a reasonable suspicion under those circumstances?
initiate some sort of field contact.
And would that be accomplished by pulling a cruiser next to somebody? Yeah. And excuse me, sir, what's your name? How would you describe that on the scale of initial interactions? Is that a reasonable inquiry? And if the person only provides their first name, would you ask for their second name? Their last name? Would you ask them to spell it?
I spell it, yes.
Yeah. What if they didn't spell it? What would that prompt in you?
That would raise the suspicion a little bit more.
Okay. If that same person then made a comment to you about whether whether you need a car to jaywalk, would that strike you as odd?
It was a strange response to the question.
It was, right? And you notice that in that moment, Sergeant Johnson actually tells him the way you didn't use the crosswalk back there, right? That's not the only thing he says, is it? Even though Sergeant Detective Baker left it out of her affidavit, didn't he also say, and the way you tried to avoid me back there before he's interrupted? So isn't that him in that moment addressing his concern related to the evasive action that was taken by Mr. Stelzel?
Yes, but still at a suspicious level.
Would you agree with me that the rules that we're talking about, the use of force rules, among other things, suggest that as early as practicable, one should alert the suspect or the person you're speaking to about the purpose of the stop?
Yes.
Yeah. And you agree with me that when he was asked, what's the purpose of this inquiry, he provided a two-part answer, jaywalking, and the second part, which was the suspicion due to the flight, right? Okay. During a threshold, you're familiar with the term threshold inquiry. It's kind of what you do when you have reasonable suspicion and you choose to act on it, right? And during a threshold inquiry, is it reasonable to ask someone's name? Yeah. And if someone flees during that, would that increase your suspicion of criminal activity or decrease?
Good, depending on the circumstances.
In chapter 2368B6, as we've just recited, says you're not obligated to desist when they resist, right? And in this case, we're aware that he could have then written a citation for section 1052, crosswalk violation. Even if he's wrong about it, he could have written it, right?
Yes.
If he had the guy's name, which he didn't, right?
Right.
So when you write a traffic ticket, if you were writing a traffic ticket, and someone flees, would you just put your ticket book away?
What the initial encounter was.
And is it, so what you're saying is there's some things that inspire more concern than others, right? Would being a person in a high crime area, would that impact your assessment of this issue?
It could. I understand the reason for the initial encounter, for trying to stop the individual, determine who he was and what he was doing.
And you agree that that purpose was never affected? He never actually was able to identify John Stelzel by name at the scene?
He was given a name, but it was, yes, debatable as to whether that was an actual name.
So his legitimate inquiry into the name was never completed, right? And you agree that the rules say he doesn't have to desist from his efforts to learn this person's name merely by virtue of it being, merely by virtue of his Mr. Stelzel's resistance, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Are you familiar with the name Eric Weinman?
So,
Is he a person that you arrested in 2014 after a bank robbery?
yes.
Yeah. You were walking and you saw him walking fast away from a crime, away from a bank, right? And that inspired your suspicion, didn't it? So you followed him, right? And then you actually encountered him inside of a different facility, a VBA or VNA, right?
Visiting Nurse Association.
Yeah, visiting nurse. You remember now, right? I knew your memory was going to work, right? And when you first approached him, you didn't know his name, right? You didn't see him commit a crime, correct? But you, based on the suspicion you felt in that moment, pursued him.
I followed him. He was unaware of my my presence until he was in the parking lot of the Visiting Nurses Association. When he
Yeah.
looked up and saw me in my car, and then he entered the building.
Yeah, so he actually responded to seeing you by what? Right?
Walked into the building.
You didn't stay outside that building and call for backup, did you?
I did not.
You went in, right? You
Yes.
closed the gap, didn't you? Talked a bit about the taser being drawn, brandished, and fired, right?
Yes.
Who drew that taser?
Difficult to see in the video. It did look like Mr. Stelzel swiped at Sergeant Johnson's vest and gear. It was hard to tell if they were both reaching for it at the same time or if it was knocked out of the holster of the vest.
But you read Sergeant Johnson's description of the event, right?
Yes.
And you read the descriptions by others as well, right? I think actually Baker kind of tries to summarize that interaction as well, right?
Yeah.
And you see in the video that once that happens, the taser is batted by Sergeant Johnson and it lands on the ground and Sergeant Johnson recovers.
Yes.
Right? And then he toggles the safety and fires it. You've seen several people tased before.
Yes.
Did he respond? Did Mr. Stelzel respond in the way you would expect someone to be responding if they were tased?
That was an effective hit. No.
Yeah. So it was ineffective. Earlier, when you were talking about the Vermont statewide use of force policy, you talked about conductive energy weapons. You talked about a little bit about OC spray, right? And then batons even came up, right? And they actually list them in sequence of I'm just going to call it OC spray because I'm never getting the name right, right? Then the second one's conductive energy weapon, and the third one's baton, right? They're even labeled A, B, and C, right? And these are listed under a heading that says common uses of force. Okay. And the first one is OC spray. What's the first one you see George Johnson use? Okay. And you heard him warn that he would use OC spray, right? And that spray was in effect. But it's not Sergeant Johnson that goes to B, the conducted energy weapon. You see in the video that, at least it's possible, as he reported immediately, that it was the suspect. It was Mr. Stelzel that actually elevates to the next weapon, which is the taser, right? He drew it.
Possibly.
Your phrase on direct was the taser was drawn, brandished, and fired, right? The was drawn by John Stelzel, right? When you say brandished, it means to make visible to the other person, right? And you want to make it visible because if they've seen it, that should have a deterrent effect, right? So you lamented in your direct examination the lack of brandishing of the weapon for a sufficient period of time to create that deterrence, right? But you did see that the man actually held that weapon. So brandishing as a form of notice wasn't the only way he would know that a taser was about to come, right?
He knew it was there. He swiped it out of.
Also knew he could be shot with it, right? I mean, wasn't he multiple times told by Sergeant Johnson, you're going to get tased?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's a warning, right? And warnings are de-escalation techniques, right? And verbal commands like stop are de-escalation techniques, right?
Yes.
So when you testify that he didn't use any de-escalation techniques, what you mean is he used several of them, but not the ones you might have.
He continued to engage with Mr. Stelzel on the ground versus creating some safe distance to still use those tools in a way that they're better designed.
Yeah, you think he should have desisted.
I think he should have created distance. That's different than retreating and desisting. Taser is designed to be a standoff weapon to give you that standoff distance so you don't have to use it at a contact distance with that person.
Is there any significance to your approach, the desisting, stepping back, creating that distance approach, when you know that the person has demonstrated in the immediate past an intention to flee?
At that point, there was nobody else around. There was no danger if he continued to flee.
You saw the body cam video, but you also saw the trail cam video.
Yes.
You see the gentleman that walks around the corner and puts his hands up in the air.
Yes.
We later know his name's Dylan Chase. That doesn't count. That guy doesn't count.
I don't believe so.
Okay. want to talk to you a little bit about the use of the taser as a baton, as an improvised device. Okay. We talked about A, which is OC spray. We talked about B, which is the conducted energy weapon, right? Let's talk about C. What's that? It's a baton, right? And the Vermont, can you pull up the VCJC use of force policy? I think that's
It's exhibit one.
Exhibit 1.
Exhibit one is the model use of force. State one.
Can you scroll down to page 8? That's C, police batons. We've just been talking about that, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that about halfway down, there starts the sentence, there may be exigent circumstances that prevent the use of a baton, but require the use of an impact device due to the level and immediacy of the threat. Right?
That's it. Yes.
Yeah. So even if you don't have a baton, this use of force, statewide use of force policy counsels that an improvisation might be necessary, right? And the step below this, conductive energy weapon, was ineffective in getting Mr. Stelzel to comply with the commands of Sergeant Johnson. You would agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
It was used, it was ineffective.
Yeah. And the likewise, the OC spray was ineffective, right? And they don't have batons, right? It's in Detective Baker's report. They don't have batons, right? So the rule says improvise if exigent circumstances require, right? So let's talk about what happened in the moments before he improvised with that taser that might be considered exigent. Are you familiar with the significance of disarming an officer? What on the use of force dashboard, what color is disarming an officer?
That is red.
Red.
High level.
And what does red mean? Like, what is the word above it? What's the significance of it? Deadly aggression. Okay. And you don't dispute that we all see Sergeant Johnson shot with his own weapon in those moments, right? Is that exigent? Is that an emergency?
It hit him in the leg, and at that point, that was the second set of probes that was deployed from that taser, basically rendering it ineffective for a probe deployment.
Ineffective for what?
A probe deployment, I mean, so it had nothing left to fire from the weapon.
That's the sort of that's the clip. You get two
sets of
two
cartridges.
deployments.
Two deployments.
Okay. So now that weapon is ineffective to him, right? So even if you wanted to do a third deployment of a probe spread, that was not an option for Sergeant Johnson that day because he shot the lock. Right? When you're considering that red, can we get the use of force dashboard up? When you're considering that red area, that deadly aggression, it lists several options one could use, right? Firearms, one of them, right?
Yes.
It's a firearm more or less lethal than a improvised impact device.
So more lethal.
Yeah. The other option is vehicle. That sounds pretty big. Is that more or less lethal than an improvised impact device?
I would imagine more lethal.
What about neck restraint? What do you think of that one?
The neck restraint could be considered more lethal.
Yeah. And we've talked a lot about target. It's mentioned a few times, neck, right?
Yes.
Stay away from it. Okay. What's the next one listed there? Impact weapons or other with likelihood of death or extreme injury, right? So this dashboard says that if someone disarms an officer and engages in assault, a weapons assault on that officer, that deadly force is authorized, doesn't it?
According to the dashboard, yes.
And the least offensive deadly force tool available to him is the impact weapon on that list, isn't it?
That's correct.
And in fact, even if he's dialing down the use of force, as you've suggested he should be, as he continues to assess the situation, isn't impact weapons the number one if he dialed down to orange?
It is.
Yep. And if he dialed all the way back down to yellow, is impact weapon listed there as well?
Or anatomical compliance, or
Yeah, and that's a different thing, right?
arm locks and things like that, not striking techniques.
Right. So it's, at least according to the dashboard, it's conceivable that the reduced threat you saw in the video, that Officer Johnson did too, or Sergeant Johnson did too, and his use was consistent with the orange section, isn't it?
Could have been.
Well, the question is attack on officer or other. Well, I'm jumping down to the orange on the other side. Attack on officer, other strikes, wrestling, undirected strikes, right?
Yes.
Should bring up the slum trip. We see the combat. That's Sergeant Johnson on the ground. Is that how you understand it?
Yes.
And that's the man on top of him holding his taser, right?
Yes.
And one of the things we're looking for is assaults on officers, but also to others, right? That's a relevant factor. I want you to watch Mr. Stelzel's right hand and describe in your terms what you think his arm is doing.
The next time.
It's just.
He's cocking back his fist, right?
Pulling his arm back behind him.
And he's got his other hand extended forward, right? I'm gonna stand and you tell me if I'm being unfair as I characterize this. I've got my right hand up here, right? And I've got my other hand here, right? If you saw me doing this towards you, would you fear that I might strike you?
If I was within range.
And if I was holding a weapon I just struck someone with, would that increase your assessment of whether I might be ready to strike that person?
Good.
So when you read in Detective Sergeant Baker's report that Officer Johnson falls to the ground and then gets up and Stelzel goes back to the ground, he didn't go straight to the ground, did he?
He did not. In this video, that was difficult to see in Sergeant Johnson's.
I confess I've slowed this down for a year to be able to, but I'm not wrong, am I? Okay. Thanks. One of the things what are controlled pairs? Controlled pairs. In use of force parlance.
Force would be strikes linked together. I guess you could consider that. Controlled pairs in a firearm setting would be commonly referred to with a double tap or something like that.
And are they typically something that would be used when traditional uses of force are less effective?
Could be. It's not something that we necessarily train in our program. We train our officers to assess after every strike.
And you and I have had one prior talk in our whole lives, right? And we talked about the same issue. And your position, if I remember correctly, is you could only link strikes if you were being attacked, if you were being assaulted, right? He got shot with a taser, right? He got gouged in the eye, right? Mr. Stelzel mounted on top of him, didn't he?
No, that was not, I would consider that a mount position. You can go back to that.
Show the still photo.
I believe Sergeant Johnson's legs are up. Turn the lights down.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I'm looking for the still photo that we started at the beginning of this.
Oh.
This is from Sergeant Johnson's body camera. That's Mr. Stelzel, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's a taser in his hand. And that's Sergeant Johnson reaching up, right? And that's the sky above them.
Yes.
So are we looking at Mr. Stelzel on top of Sergeant Johnson?
I don't know if he's on top of him or in
Well,
in
is it,
Sergeant Johnson's guard. perhaps.
isn't Sergeant Johnson holding his right hand with Sergeant Johnson's own left hand? Can you see that in
That's
the
what it appears.
lower corner of the screen?
Yep, that's what it looks like.
And does that imply, as most people's bodies would be, that his body continues from his left toward his right and would be under the man that's right there in front of him?
I believe that's Mr. Stelzel's knee to the left of Sergeant Johnson's left hand.
Is there a significance to you that Mr. Stelzel is on his feet as quickly as he is after all that help screaming?
Yes, that's a dangerous situation for the officer to be on their back while the other person's on their feet. Sure. But after that, Sergeant Johnson was able to recover his feet fairly quickly, and his backup officer is arriving at the same time.
Right. And in fact, he tells his backup officer, deploy your taser, right?
Yes.
And that doesn't get Mr. Stelzel to comply in the video, does it?
It appears to be an ineffective hit.
Yeah. And when you say it appears to be an ineffective hit, you're saying based on his response, right?
Based on Mr. Stelzel's response to that.
But he had the distance you were talking about earlier, didn't he?
He had more distance, yes.
Yeah, so he had the distance you wish Sergeant Johnson had, but that didn't stop Mr. Stelzel either.
Lots of reasons it could be an ineffective hit.
Sure. You can take that down. You can leave it up too, but I think it's fair to take it. 1 second. We talked a bit about disarming because we know that Sergeant Johnson's taser was taken. Is it relevant to you if there's observations of Mr. Stelzel also trying to take his gun?
Saw that in the reports, but I was unable to see that in the videos.
But if that were perceived, would that be a relevant factor?
It could heighten the dangerousness of the confrontation. Sure.
So Sergeant Johnson initiates a threshold inquiry based on the two factors we talked about. You agree, right, that there were two factors, not one? Okay, I'm not. You don't need to. Okay, if you disagree, you say it.
No, yes, I did.
Yeah, there were two factors, and one of them was the possible investigation of a drug crime in a high drug area. Right? And during his basic questioning, which would enable him to write the ticket, the $59 ticket for the jaywalking or investigation of the drug crime, he heard all the things we've already talked about, and we don't need to waste these time going back over, right? And at that moment, and then shortly thereafter, he emerges from his cruiser and says, stop. I want you to stop right there, right? And your position is that his only option with respect to use of force was he should have stayed back. He shouldn't have pursued it.
That's not his only option at that point.
Yeah. What are his other options?
I mean, attempting to stop him in the pursuit would be one thing, giving him verbal commands to stop, ordering him to stop, and maybe a short foot chase to get him to stop. And as that continues, calling in a location, getting more officers headed that way.
Isn't that what happened? Doesn't he chase him just halfway across one street?
After he grabs him, and
Yeah.
then they end up on the ground.
Is that what they call an empty-handed control technique?
Grabbing his backpack?
Yeah.
You could call it that, I suppose.
Right? And that's on the use of force, right? And it's a legitimate use of force when someone's fleeing, right? And so that use of force wasn't offensive, was it?
Not initially.
And then he goes to the ground and all the other stuff we've been talking about, right? At any time, did you see Mr. Stelzel's resistance drop below the yellow category on the dashboard of use of force?
Initially, I think there was a few seconds where he was on his back with his hands up, yelling, stop, stop, and help, help, help. And he was going through all that.
Yeah.
All of that. But then every time Sergeant Johnson tried to engage with him physically, he was resisting.
He was resisting that whole time.
Yes.
So he was at yellow the whole time. And you agree with me that the use of force dashboard suggests that the use of pepper, OC spray, conducted energy weapons, and batons are all applicable under the right circumstances to that level of aggression.
Not an active resistance. No, I wouldn't agree with that.
So what can't you use it at? Oh, because the baton can only be used at anatomical compliance. Outside of that, it was pretty close, right?
DW is assault and aggressive behavior.
Yeah.
That's-
Just speaking more broadly, as a person who's been training for so many years in combat and other things. I heard all this stuff about jujitsu, but it sounds like there was another black belt or lots of training in ground fighting, right? Would you be scared if someone's trying to get the best of you?
Yes.
And is fear a relevant consideration for a law enforcement officer as they assess whether they are in at risk of serious harm?
Can be.
I have no further questions.
Let me step back to, let me pick up where my colleague left off. So, if you felt fear, you felt that a subject was getting the better of you in physical confrontation, what does your training tell you should do?
Disengage and try to transition to another force option or create some distance, increase my safety margin.
And did Mr. Johnson do that at any point?
I didn't see that.
Mr. Milligan brought up the question of whether or not if a person was reaching for a firearm, whether or not that would create a heightened level of concern. You read about that in Facebook. So when you looked at the videos, did you look for that?
Yes,
Did you see that?
I was unable to see that.
And you looked closely because that was important.
Yes.
You didn't see it. Okay. Mr. Milligan brought up the idea of using improvised impact weapon when exigent circumstances arise. That's part of the policy. In your opinion, were these exigent circumstances?
Not when that impact technique was used with the taser device. Yeah, Mr. Stelzel was on his back. Sergeant Johnson was on his feet. Could have simply taken a step away, moved his leg sharply to probably break the grip on his pant leg. And at the same time, his backup officer was arriving to use other options.
And I think you said this already with Mr. Milligan, but Mr. Milligan makes much of the fact that disarming an officer that pops right up to red on the dashboard. But when Mr. Stezel's back on his back again, does that stay red forever or at this point, or does the level of threat diminish?
It diminishes. What during the disarming attempt, yes, that is deadly aggression. That is a very high level assaultive behavior. Once either that is defeated or enough distance is gained where that disarming attempt cannot take place anymore, that would drop that back down. It still increases the threat level if that suspect has already shown that they will attempt to do that.
Yeah. You saw the photograph that he put up there of Mr. Stezel gaining his feet above a prone Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
And you saw how he was holding the taser. He wasn't holding it like one would hold a pistol.
Yes, it was.
From that, does it look like he's going to use that as an impact weapon, or does it look like he's going to shoot somebody else with that?
I think he was preparing to strike somebody with it. It was held backwards in his hand.
Okay. But then he drops it. Okay. Doesn't hit anybody.
No.
In fact, he doesn't hit anybody ever. Right. And the fact that he stops being assaultive, that lowers the threat level. Back down to yellow, right?
Yes, back to that active resistance level.
Okay. So when he's on his back, two officers there, both of them on their feet, we're at a yellow.
Yes.
So it would be unreasonable at that point to strike him in a red zone with a blunt impact weapon.
Yes.
It certainly wouldn't be appropriate to get prepared to do that and then strike him while your colleague is tasing.
So let's go.
All right, nothing further.
And no further questions.
Further? Yeah, 4:00 on the nose. We'll have to continue this. We'll reconvene, determine as the venue to do that for your case. And I think that's really a set of date. So maybe before the counselors leave, talk to you two about what that looks like.
Sure.
We'll be in touch with the rest of the council. When we will do that, and whether it will be here or whether we will do it totally virtually.
Mr.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if this witness is coming back. I'm gonna ask some questions.
Yes, that council does have the opportunity to ask questions.
Sorry. I just wanted to get your opinion on later on in this video. Once the subject is handcuffed on the ground, and the sergeant is above him, holding him down. There was a photo that was shown earlier from the Caledonia record. It was taken at such an angle. I think press of the time that to an untrained eye that could be construed as like, my God, this is George Floyd happening in front of us. From the video, the two axon views that we saw, it looked like the pressure was being applied to the back shoulder. Can you speak to your opinion on how that's trained as a?
Yeah, I would agree with that. The one photo from the Caledonia record was a poor angle and you couldn't really see the upper half of Mr. Stelzl's body, but the VWC video showed that, yeah, any pressure appeared to be on the shoulder blade, on the shoulder mantle. The appropriate control technique for holding someone on the ground in that shoulder lock. It didn't appear to me to be across the spine or the neck or the back of the head.
Online while we have the witness. Okay, I am seeing none. So then we will recess. Till such time as we set the continuation of this hearing.
You were asking?
Yeah, I'll formally end my presentation with that.
We use a regularly scheduled council date.
Well, we have a regularly scheduled council date on first Wednesday of May.
I'm sorry, sir. Are we looking at dates now?
Is that?
Well,
Candidly, I was gonna text my wife for some permission slips.
Yeah. There's a regularly scheduled date, 10 to noon. The first Wednesday in May, which I believe is about the 6th, maybe.
Yeah.
That's business meeting.
The business meeting, but we can convene after that. I mean, it could be.
That seems sensible. I'm available that day, I believe.
I think it's the state of the council's schedule, so,
Schedule.
but I don't have anything on that.
It's the afternoon of May 6th.
Are there other days in the immediate aftermath? I only say it because Mr. Sharp, who's the brains of my operation, won't be available. He'll be in Ireland. A lot more lucky than we are.
I think we're gonna have to,
We'll have to proceed.
call everybody because there's a lot of busy folks here being included.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So I'm trying to.
But May 6th is a definite because it's already on the calendar. Let's keep it. He's amazing, but I'll drain him before that day.
We'll confirm with everybody on this. So, I need a motion to recess. I don't think so. I'll call the recess.
I was gonna move it if you needed it.
Yeah, I know. You're right.